Hello everyone. Welcome to our story channel. If you enjoy adventures and mysteries, you're in the right place. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss any episodes. Where are you watching from? Tell us in the comments. If you liked it, leave your like. Now, get ready for today's story. All of this because, in the heart of a lush, verdant forest, where sunlight dappled through a canopy of emerald leaves, young Mia found herself wandering along a winding path. The air was thick with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and the gentle rustling of leaves whispered secrets on the breeze. Mia, a curious girl of 12 with bright eyes and an adventurous spirit, had always felt at home among the trees, but today something felt different. As she meandered deeper into the woods, her fingers trailing along rough bark and smooth stones, Mia's attention was caught by a flash of color unlike anything she'd seen before. There, perched on a low-hanging branch, was a bird of extraordinary beauty. "Oh!" Mia gasped, her eyes widening in wonder. The bird was small, no larger than her hand, but its plumage shimmered with an otherworldly iridescence. Each feather seemed to contain every color imaginable, shifting and changing as the bird moved, catching the light in impossible ways. Mia took a cautious step forward, her voice barely above a whisper. "Hello there, little one. I've never seen anything like you before." The bird cocked its head, regarding her with eyes that seemed far too intelligent for a mere animal. It let out a soft trill, a sound that sent a shiver down Mia's spine. There was something in that brief melody, a hint of something greater, that made her heart race with excitement. "Can you sing for me?" Mia asked, inching closer. To her surprise, the bird didn't fly away. Instead, it puffed up its chest and opened its beak. The song that poured forth was unlike anything Mia had ever heard. It was a symphony of sound, complex and layered, with melodies that intertwined in harmonies that seemed to resonate with the very trees around them. Mia found herself rooted to the spot, entranced by the music. As the song continued, Mia noticed something strange happening. The forest around her seemed to shimmer, as if seen through a heat haze. Colors became more vivid, shadows deeper, and she could have sworn she saw shapes moving just at the edge of her vision. "What's happening?" Mia whispered, but the bird only sang louder in response. Suddenly, the song changed. It became urgent, almost beckoning. The bird hopped from its perch and fluttered a few feet down the path, then turned back to Mia with an expectant look. Mia hesitated for just a moment. Her parents had always warned her about wandering too far into the forest, about the dangers that might lurk in its depths. But the pull of the bird song was irresistible, and her curiosity burned too brightly to ignore. "All right," she said, a small smile playing on her lips. "Lead the way, little singer." As Mia followed the bird deeper into the forest, she couldn't shake the feeling that she was on the threshold of something extraordinary. The trees seemed to lean in closer, their branches reaching out as if trying to touch her. The very air felt charged with possibility. "Where are you taking me?" Mia asked, but the bird only responded with another burst of its enchanting song. As they traveled further, Mia began to notice strange markings on the trees. At first, she thought they were just unusual patterns in the bark, but as she looked closer, she realized they were symbols, etched with careful precision. "What are these?" She ran her fingers over one of the markings, feeling a slight tingle in her fingertips. The bird landed on a nearby branch, its song taking on a questioning tone. Mia looked from the bird to the symbols and back again. "Are you trying to tell me something? Is this part of the mystery?" The bird's only response was to take flight once more, leading Mia even deeper into the heart of the forest. As she followed, Mia couldn't help but feel that she was being led not just on a journey through the woods, but on an adventure that would change her life forever. Little did Mia know that this encounter with the peculiar bird was just the beginning. The forest held secrets beyond her wildest imagination, and she was about to embark on a quest that would challenge everything she thought she knew about the world around her. As the sun began to dip lower in the sky, casting long shadows through the trees, Mia pressed on, her heart full of excitement and just a touch of apprehension for what lay ahead. As Mia followed the iridescent bird deeper into the forest, its song grew more complex and captivating. The melody seemed to weave through the trees, echoing off ancient trunks and dancing on the dappled sunlight that filtered through the canopy. Mia found herself completely entranced, her feet moving almost of their own accord as she followed the haunting tune. "I've never heard anything like this," Mia whispered to herself, afraid that speaking too loudly might break the spell of the music. The birdsong was unlike any birdsong she had ever encountered. It was rich and layered, with harmonies that shouldn't have been possible from a single, tiny creature. As she listened more closely, Mia began to discern patterns in the music. There were recurring motifs that seemed to speak of ancient forests and hidden wonders. At times, the melody took on an almost mournful quality, as if lamenting something lost long ago. Then it would swell with hope and adventure, making Mia's heart race with excitement. "It's like you're telling a story," Mia said to the bird, which had paused on a nearby branch. "But what story is it?" The bird cocked its head, its eyes gleaming with an intelligence that seemed far beyond that of an ordinary animal. It trilled a short phrase that sounded almost like a question. Mia furrowed her brow, concentrating hard on the music. "There's something about a journey? And a treasure, maybe?" She shook her head, frustrated. "I wish I could understand you better." As if in response, the bird's song changed. It became slower, more deliberate. Mia closed her eyes, letting the music wash over her. In her mind's eye, she began to see fleeting images, a shimmering doorway, floating islands in a lavender sky, creatures she had only read about in fairy tales. "Are these real places?" Mia asked, her eyes flying open in wonder. "Is that where you're from?" The birdsong swelled in what seemed like affirmation, and Mia felt a thrill of excitement run through her. She was on the verge of something magical, she was sure of it. As they continued their journey through the forest, the birdsong began to interact with their surroundings in strange ways. When it sang of babbling brooks, Mia could hear the distant sound of running water. When its melody spoke of whispering winds, a breeze would ruffle the leaves around them. It was as if the music was bringing the forest to life in new and magical ways. "This is incredible," Mia breathed, watching in awe as flowers seemed to bloom in response to a particularly sweet passage of the song. "How are you doing this?" The bird merely continued its song, but Mia noticed that with each magical occurrence, the symbols she had seen carved into the trees began to glow faintly. There was a connection here, she realized, between the music, the forest, and those mysterious markings. As the day wore on and the light began to fade, the bird's song took on a new urgency. The melody became faster, more insistent, as if it was trying to convey something of great importance. "What is it?" Mia asked, quickening her pace to keep up with the now swiftly flying bird. "What are you trying to tell me?" The song reached a crescendo, and suddenly Mia found herself in a small clearing she hadn't noticed before. In the center stood an ancient stone archway, its surface covered in the same glowing symbols she had seen on the trees. The bird perched atop the arch, its song more powerful than ever. Mia approached the archway cautiously, her heart pounding. "Is this what you wanted to show me?" As if in answer, the space within the arch began to shimmer and swirl with an otherworldly light. The bird's song reached fever pitch, and Mia felt as if she was standing on the threshold of another world. "I don't understand," Mia said, her voice trembling with a mixture of fear and excitement. "What do you want me to do?" The bird's song softened, becoming gentle and encouraging. It sang of courage and discovery, of adventures waiting to be had and mysteries longing to be solved. Mia felt her fear melting away, replaced by a burning curiosity and a sense of destiny. She took a deep breath, squaring her shoulders as she faced the shimmering portal. "Okay," she said, her voice steadier now. "I'm ready. Whatever lies beyond, whatever adventure you're leading me to, I'm ready for it." With one last look at the magical bird and the familiar forest around her, Mia stepped forward into the unknown. As she passed through the archway, the bird song surrounded her, filling her with warmth and courage. She didn't know what lay ahead, but she knew that this extraordinary melody would guide her way. The last notes of the song lingered in the air as Mia vanished into the portal, leaving behind the ordinary world and stepping into a realm of magic and mystery. The forest fell silent, holding its breath, waiting for the return of the girl who had been chosen by the song of an extraordinary bird. As Mia stepped through the shimmering portal, the bird's mesmerizing song still echoing in her ears, she found herself in a world beyond her wildest imagination. The air here was different, lighter, almost sparkling with an energy she could feel on her skin. She stood on a small floating island, one of many suspended in a vast expanse of lavender sky streaked with ribbons of gold and silver. "Wow," Mia breathed, her eyes wide with wonder as she took in her surroundings. "I can't believe this is real." The magical bird fluttered down to perch on a nearby rock, its iridescent feathers shimmering even more brilliantly in this strange new light. It trilled a short, encouraging melody, as if urging Mia to explore. Cautiously, Mia took a few steps forward, marveling at the soft, springy grass beneath her feet. It was a vibrant blue-green color, unlike any she had seen in her own world. As she moved, she noticed more of the strange symbols she had seen in the forest, etched into the very rocks of the floating island. "These markings," Mia said, running her fingers over one of the symbols. "They're the same as the ones on the trees and the archway. What do they mean?" The bird song took on a thoughtful tone, and Mia felt a strange tingling in her fingertips as she touched the symbol. It was as if the marking was trying to communicate with her, but the message was just out of reach. As Mia explored the small island, she discovered a narrow stone bridge connecting it to another, larger island floating nearby. The bridge looked ancient and slightly precarious, but it held firm as she carefully made her way across. On the larger island, Mia found herself in what appeared to be the remains of an old settlement. There were crumbling stone structures covered in vines with shimmering, color-changing leaves. In the center of the ruins stood a weathered statue of a majestic creature, part lion, part eagle, with wise, knowing eyes. "A griffin," Mia whispered in awe, recognizing the mythical beast from her storybooks. "But I thought they weren't real." The bird song took on an amused tone, as if to say, "There's much you thought wasn't real." As Mia approached the statue, she noticed more symbols carved into its base. These seemed different from the others, more complex, arranged in patterns that made her head spin if she looked at them too long. "I wish I could understand what these mean," Mia said, frustration creeping into her voice. "It feels like they're important." Suddenly, a new voice spoke, startling Mia so much she nearly fell over. "They are important, young one. Very important indeed." Mia whirled around to see a tall, slender figure emerging from behind one of the ruined structures. The being looked almost human, but its skin had a faint blue tinge, and its eyes sparkled like starlight. Who are you?" Mia stammered, instinctively taking a step back. The figure smiled kindly. "I am Alolan, a guardian of this realm. And you, brave one, are the first visitor we've had from your world in a very long time." Mia's mind raced with questions. "This realm? You mean, this is a different world?" And what do you mean, the first visitor in a long time? Beloan nodded, her expression turning serious. This is indeed a different world, young Mia. A world that was once closely connected to your own, until, well, that's part of the mystery you're here to solve. Mystery? What mystery? Mia asked, her curiosity overcoming her initial fear. Beloan gestured to the symbols on the griffin statue. These markings tell of an ancient prophecy and a powerful artifact that once maintained the balance between our worlds. But the artifact was lost long ago, and with it, much of the connection between our realms. Mia's eyes widened as she began to understand the magnitude of what she was hearing. And you think I can help find this artifact? Beloan smiled again. The song of the luminous lark brought you here, Mia. That alone tells us that you have a part to play in this tale. Mia looked at the iridescent bird, the luminous lark, with new appreciation. So that's why your song seemed to tell a story, she said to the bird, which trilled happily in response. Turning back to Beloan, Mia squared her shoulders, feeling a mix of excitement and trepidation. Okay, so what do I need to do? How do I start solving this mystery? Beloan approached the griffin statue, running her hand along the symbols. The clues are scattered across the floating islands of our world. You'll need to journey to each, facing challenges and proving yourself worthy of the knowledge they hold. Mia nodded, her mind already racing with the possibilities of the adventure ahead. I'm ready, she said, surprising herself with the confidence in her voice. Beloan smiled approvingly. Very well, young Mia. Your quest begins now. Follow the song of the luminous lark, and trust in the wisdom of your own heart. The fate of both our worlds may depend on your success. As if on cue, the luminous lark began to sing again, its melody filled with the promise of adventure and the weight of responsibility. Mia took a deep breath, gazing out at the floating islands stretching as far as she could see. I won't let you down, she said, determination shining in her eyes. I'll solve this mystery and find the artifact. I promise. With that, Mia set off across the ancient ruins, the luminous lark flying ahead and Beloan watching with hope in her starry eyes. The young girl from the forest had taken her first steps into a grand adventure, one that would challenge her in ways she couldn't yet imagine and reveal secrets that had been hidden for centuries. As she walked, Mia couldn't help but feel that every step was taking her further from the world she knew and deeper into a realm of magic, mystery, and destiny. Whatever lay ahead, she was ready to face it, guided by the ethereal song of the luminous lark and the burning curiosity in her own heart. As twilight descended upon the magical realm, Mia found herself traversing a narrow, winding path that connected two floating islands. The luminous lark's song had taken on a more subdued tone, matching the hushed atmosphere of the approaching night. The lavender sky was now streaked with deep purples and blues, and stars unlike any Mia had ever seen began to twinkle into existence. It's so beautiful, Mia whispered, her eyes wide with wonder as she took in the celestial display. The constellations here were unfamiliar, forming patterns that seemed to shift and dance as she watched. The path led Mia to a new island, larger than the others she had visited so far. As she set foot on its lush, blue-green grass, she noticed a soft, blue glow emanating from a clearing in the distance. What's that light? Mia asked the luminous lark, which had perched on her shoulder. The bird trilled a curious melody in response, seemingly as intrigued as she was. As Mia approached the clearing, the blue glow intensified. She pushed aside some shimmering foliage and gasped at the sight before her. The entire clearing was bathed in a soft, ethereal blue light that seemed to pulse gently, like a heartbeat. At the center stood an ancient stone archway, its surface covered in the now familiar symbols she had seen throughout her journey. But these symbols were different, they glowed with the same blue light, pulsing in rhythm with the clearing itself. It's just like the archway that brought me here," Mia said, her voice filled with awe. She approached the structure cautiously, feeling a strange tingling sensation as she got closer. Suddenly, a voice spoke from behind her, causing Mia to jump in surprise. "You have a keen eye, young traveler," said the voice, warm and ancient sounding. Mia spun around to see an elderly figure emerging from the shadows of the surrounding trees. The being looked like a cross between a human and a tree, with bark-like skin and leaves growing from their head instead of hair. "Who are you?" Mia asked, her heart racing with a mix of excitement and apprehension. The tree-like being smiled kindly. "I am Eldrin, keeper of the Twilight Archway. And you, my dear, are the one we have been waiting for." Mia's brow furrowed in confusion. "Waiting for? But I'm just me. Mia. I'm not anyone special." Eldrin chuckled, a sound like rustling leaves. "Ah, but that's where you're wrong, young Mia. The fact that you're here, guided by the luminous lark, proves that you are indeed special." Mia looked at the glowing archway, then back at Eldrin. "Can you tell me more about this archway? It looks like the one that brought me to this world." Eldrin nodded, his leafy hair swaying gently. "Indeed, they are connected. This is the Twilight Archway, one of the ancient portals that once allowed free passage between our world and yours. But now, it slumbers, awaiting the one who can reawaken its power." Mia's eyes widened. "And you think that's me?" "The archway will decide," Eldrin said cryptically. "Approach it, young Mia. Let us see how it responds to your presence." With a deep breath, Mia stepped closer to the archway. As she did, the blue glow intensified, and the symbols began to pulse more rapidly. She could feel a warm energy emanating from the stone, almost as if it was reaching out to her. "What's happening?" Mia asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Eldrin's eyes sparkled with excitement. "The archway recognizes you, Mia. It's responding to your energy, your potential. This is a good sign indeed." Encouraged, Mia reached out to touch the archway. As her fingers made contact with the cool stone, a jolt of energy surged through her body. The symbols glowed even brighter, and for a brief moment, Mia could have sworn she saw images flickering within the archway, glimpses of other worlds, other times. "Wow," Mia breathed, pulling her hand back. "That was incredible. But what does it mean?" Eldrin approached, placing a gnarled hand on Mia's shoulder. "It means, young one, that you have a greater role to play in the fate of our worlds than you yet realize. The Twilight Archway has chosen you as its champion." Mia's mind reeled with the implications. "But what am I supposed to do? How can I be a champion when I don't even understand what's happening?" The luminous lark, still perched on Mia's shoulder, began to sing a soothing melody. Eldrin smiled at the bird before turning back to Mia. "Understanding will come in time," he said gently. "For now, know this, the symbols you see on the archway and throughout our world are part of an ancient language, one that holds the key to restoring the balance between our realms." Mia looked at the glowing symbols with newfound respect. "Can you teach me this language?" Eldrin shook his head. "I'm afraid it's not something that can be taught in the traditional sense. It's a language of the heart and soul, as much as of the mind. As you continue your journey, you'll begin to understand it naturally." Mia nodded, trying to process everything she had learned. "So what's my next step?" "Follow the path of the luminous lark," Eldrin advised. "It will guide you to the other sleeping archways scattered across our world. Each one you awaken will bring you closer to understanding your role and the true nature of the mystery you're here to solve." As if on cue, the luminous lark began to sing again, its melody filled with promise and the call to adventure. Mia squared her shoulders, feeling a new sense of purpose. "I'm ready," she said, her voice firm with determination. "I don't fully understand everything yet, but I know this is important. I'll do my best to be the champion the archway needs me to be." Eldrin smiled proudly. "That's all anyone can ask, young Mia. Remember, the journey is as important as the destination. Each challenge you face, each discovery you make, will shape you into the hero you're meant to become." With a final look at the glowing twilight archway, Mia set off once more, following the luminous lark's song into the deepening twilight. As she walked, the blue glow of the clearing faded behind her, but a small spark of that same light now seemed to glow within her chest, a reminder of the incredible destiny that awaited her in this magical world. As Mia followed the luminous lark's melodious guide, she found herself approaching another floating island. This one was different from the others she had encountered so far. It was larger, more densely forested, and seemed to emit a faint, pulsing energy that made the air around it shimmer. The lark's song grew more intense as they neared the island's edge. Mia could feel her heart racing with anticipation. What's so special about this place? She wondered aloud. As if in response, the bird's song changed, becoming slower and more deliberate. Mia closed her eyes, concentrating on the melody. In her mind's eye, she saw flashes of ancient stones, glowing symbols, and a sense of deep, powerful magic. When she opened her eyes, Mia gasped. Before her stood an enormous stone archway, far larger and more intricate than the twilight archway she had seen earlier. Its surface was covered in the mysterious symbols she had been seeing throughout her journey, but these were different, somehow more complex, more alive. "It's beautiful," Mia breathed, approaching the archway with a mixture of awe and trepidation. As she drew closer, a voice spoke from the shadows of the surrounding forest, causing Mia to jump in surprise. "Welcome, young traveler, to the heart of the ancients." Mia spun around to see a figure emerging from the trees. It was tall and slender, with skin that looked like polished marble and eyes that glowed with an inner light. The being wore robes that seemed to be woven from starlight itself. Who are you?" Mia asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The figure smiled, a warm and reassuring expression. "I am Ethera, guardian of the heart. And you, brave Mia, are the one we have been waiting for countless cycles." Mia's eyes widened. "You know my name? And what do you mean, waiting for me?" Ethera gestured towards the massive archway. "This, young one, is the central nexus of all the portals in our realm. It is from here that the magic flows, connecting all the worlds. But for too long, it has been dormant, waiting for the one who could reawaken its power." Mia looked at the archway, then back at Ethera. "And you think that's me? But I'm just a regular girl. I don't have any special powers." Ethera's smile widened. "Ah, but that's where you're wrong, Mia. The very fact that you're here, that you can hear the song of the luminous lark and see the symbols of the ancients, proves that you are far from ordinary." The luminous lark trilled in agreement, landing on Mia's shoulder and nuzzling her cheek affectionately. Mia took a deep breath, trying to process everything. "Okay, so what am I supposed to do? How can I reawaken this nexus?" Ethera approached the archway, motioning for Mia to follow. "The key lies in the symbols, Mia. Each one represents a fundamental force of nature, a cosmic truth. Together, they form a language more ancient than time itself." Mia studied the intricate patterns carved into the stone. "But how can I understand them? I've never seen anything like this before." "Look closer," Ethera urged gently. "Let your mind be still, and listen with your heart." Mia closed her eyes, taking slow, deep breaths. She focused on the gentle song of the luminous lark, letting it calm her racing thoughts. As she did, something strange began to happen. When she opened her eyes again, the symbols seemed to shimmer and dance before her. I think I can almost understand them, Mia said, her voice filled with wonder. It's like they're trying to tell me a story. Ethera nodded approvingly. That's it, Mia. The language of the ancients speaks to the soul as much as to the mind. What story do you see? Mia's brow furrowed in concentration as she traced the symbols with her eyes. I see a great cataclysm. Worlds torn apart. And then, a group of beings coming together to create these portals, to keep the realms connected. Yes, Ethera said softly. Long ago, a terrible event shattered the unity of the cosmos. The ancients created these nexus points to preserve the connections between worlds. But over time, the knowledge was lost, and the portals fell dormant. Mia turned to Ethera, a determined look in her eyes. So how do we wake them up again? Ethera placed a hand on Mia's shoulder. That, young one, is where you come in. The Nexus responds to those with pure hearts and open minds. Place your hand on the central stone and let your intention flow through you. Taking a deep breath, Mia stepped forward and placed her palm against the cool surface of the archway. At first, nothing happened. But then, ever so slowly, she felt a warmth beginning to spread from her hand through her entire body. The symbols on the archway began to glow, pulsing in rhythm with Mia's heartbeat. She could feel an ancient power stirring, responding to her touch. That's it, Mia, Ethera encouraged. Let the magic flow through you. You are the bridge between worlds, the key to reawakening the ancient pathways. Mia closed her eyes, concentrating with all her might. In her mind, she saw the connections between worlds, gossamer threads of light stretching across the cosmos. With a surge of will, she reached out to those threads, willing them to strengthen and glow brighter. Suddenly, there was a flash of blinding light. Mia stumbled backward, blinking spots from her eyes. When her vision cleared, she gasped in awe. The archway was alive with pulsing, multicolored light. The symbols danced and shifted, telling stories of distant worlds and ancient magics. In the center of the arch, a shimmering portal had appeared, offering glimpses of realms beyond imagination. You did it, Mia! Ethera exclaimed, her voice filled with joy and wonder. You've reawakened the heart of the ancients. Mia stared at the glowing portal, a mix of pride and disbelief washing over her. I can't believe it. It's so beautiful. Ethera nodded, her expression turning serious. This is only the beginning, young one. Now that the central nexus is awake, you must journey to the other dormant portals and reactivate them as well. Only then can the balance between worlds be fully restored. Mia squared her shoulders, feeling a new sense of purpose and determination. I'm ready, she said, her voice steady and sure. Whatever challenges lie ahead, I'll face them. I'll restore the connections between worlds. As if in response to her words, the luminous lark began to sing again, its melody filled with promise and the thrill of adventure. Mia smiled, knowing that wherever this journey took her next, she would have the bird song to guide her. With one last look at the glowing archway, Mia set off once more, ready to face whatever challenges awaited her in this magical realm. She had taken the first step on a grand adventure, one that would test her courage, challenge her understanding of the world, and ultimately shape the destiny of not just one world, but many. As Mia stepped away from the newly awakened heart of the ancients, the luminous lark's song took on a new urgency. The melody seemed to pull at her, guiding her towards the edge of the floating island. Where are we going now? Mia asked, her voice a mix of excitement and apprehension. The lark trilled in response, its iridescent feathers shimmering as it took flight. Mia followed, her feet carrying her to the very brink of the island. There, she gasped at the sight before her. Stretching out as far as the eye could see were countless floating islands, each one unique and mysterious. Some were lush with vegetation she had never seen before, others were barren and rocky. A few seemed to be made entirely of crystal, refracting the light in dazzling displays. "It's incredible," Mia breathed, her eyes wide with wonder. Suddenly, the lark's song reached a crescendo. Mia watched in amazement as the bird's form began to glow, growing brighter and brighter until she had to shield her eyes. When the light faded, Mia lowered her hand and gasped. Where the small bird had been, there now stood a magnificent creature. It was still bird-like in form, but much larger, about the size of a horse. Its feathers shimmered with every color imaginable, and its eyes held a wisdom that seemed ancient and profound. "Luminous lark?" Mia asked hesitantly. The creature nodded, its voice resonating in Mia's mind rather than in the air. "Yes, young Mia. This is my true form. I am a Skyweaver, guardian of the spaces between worlds." Mia's jaw dropped. "You can talk. But why didn't you before?" The Skyweaver's mental voice held a note of amusement. "There's a time for everything, brave one. You needed to find your own courage and strength before I could reveal myself fully." Mia nodded, trying to process this new development. "So what happens now?" "Now," the Skyweaver said, lowering its wing in invitation, "we fly. The next portal awaits us, and time grows short." Mia hesitated for just a moment before climbing onto the Skyweaver's back. As soon as she was settled, the magnificent creature spread its wings and leaped off the edge of the island. Mia's stomach lurched as they plummeted, but then the Skyweaver caught an updraft, and they were soaring. The wind rushed past them as they glided between the floating islands, each one a world unto itself. As they flew, the Skyweaver spoke again. "The awakening of the heart has stirred ancient forces, Mia. Some benevolent, others less so. We must reach the other portals before those who would keep the world separated forever." Mia's brow furrowed with concern. Who would want to keep the worlds apart? And why? "There are those who fear change," the Skyweaver explained. "Those who have grown powerful in the long years of separation and do not wish to see the old order restored. They are known as the Void Walkers, and they will stop at nothing to prevent our mission." As if summoned by the Skyweaver's words, a dark shape suddenly appeared in the sky ahead of them. It was vaguely humanoid but seemed to be made of swirling shadows and crackling energy. "A Void Walker," the Skyweaver cried, banking sharply to avoid a blast of dark energy from the creature. Mia clung tightly to the Skyweaver's feathers as they dove and weaved through the air, the Void Walker in hot pursuit. "What do we do?" she shouted over the rush of wind. "Remember the symbols, Mia," the Skyweaver called back. "The language of the ancients is more than just writing, it's a way of shaping reality itself." Mia's mind raced, trying to recall the intricate patterns she had seen on the heart of the ancients. As another blast of dark energy narrowly missed them, a symbol suddenly flashed in her mind, one that represented light and protection. Without thinking, Mia raised her hand and traced the symbol in the air. To her amazement, a shimmering barrier sprang into existence around them, deflecting the Voidwalker's next attack. "Well done," the Skyweaver praised, diving towards a nearby island. "But we're not out of danger yet. Look." Mia looked back to see more Voidwalkers emerging from the shadows between the islands, all converging on their position. Her heart raced with fear, but also with a growing determination. "We can't let them stop us," Mia said, her voice firm despite her fear. "The worlds need to be connected again. I don't fully understand why, but I know it's important." The Skyweaver's mental voice was filled with pride. "That understanding, that conviction, that is why you were chosen, Mia. Your heart knows the truth, even if your mind doesn't yet comprehend it fully. As they approached the island, Mia could see another stone archway at its center, similar to the heart of the ancients but smaller. Unlike the heart, this one was dark and lifeless, its symbols dull and unresponsive. "That's the portal we need to awaken," the Skyweavers said as they landed. "Quickly now, Mia. Use what you've learned." Mia slid off the Skyweaver's back and ran to the archway, placing her hands on the cool stone. She could feel the Void Walkers approaching, their dark energy making the air crackle with malevolence. Closing her eyes, Mia focused on the symbol she had seen, on the feeling of connection she had experienced at the heart of the ancients. She thought of her own world, of this magical realm, of all the other worlds that might be out there, waiting to be rediscovered. Slowly, the stone beneath her hands began to warm. The symbol started to glow, faintly at first, then with increasing brightness. Mia could feel the portal awakening, its ancient magic resonating with something deep inside her. Just as the first Void Walker reached the island, there was a flash of brilliant light. The portal burst into life, its center shimmering with the same multicolored energy Mia had seen at the heart. The Void Walkers recoiled from the light, their shadowy forms dissipating like mist in the morning sun. Mia stepped back, breathless with exertion and amazement. "We did it," she whispered. The Skyweaver nuzzled her gently. "You did it, Mia. Your courage and your connection to the ancient magic made this possible. But our journey is far from over. There are more portals to awaken, and the Void Walkers will not give up easily." Mia nodded, a mix of determination and excitement filling her. "Then we'd better get going. We have worlds to reconnect." As they prepared to take flight once more, Mia cast one last look at the newly awakened portal. She didn't fully understand her role in all of this yet, but she knew, deep in her heart, that she was part of something greater than herself. Whatever challenges lay ahead, she was ready to face them, guided by the wisdom of the Skyweaver and the growing power she could feel within herself. With a powerful beat of the Skyweaver's wings, they were airborne again, soaring off towards their next adventure in this magical, mysterious realm. As Mia and the Skyweaver soared through the kaleidoscopic skies, the young girl's mind was buzzing with questions and excitement. The floating islands beneath them varied wildly in size and appearance, each one a unique world unto itself. "This is incredible," Mia breathed, her eyes wide as she took in the surreal landscape. "I've never seen anything like this before." The Skyweaver's mental voice resonated with warmth. "Few have, young Mia. Our realm exists in the spaces between worlds, a nexus of realities. Each island you see is a fragment of a different world, suspended here in the cosmic tapestry." As they flew, Mia noticed that some islands seemed to pulse with vibrant energy, while others appeared dim and lifeless. "Why do some islands look so faded?" she asked. "Ah, you have a keen eye," the Skyweaver replied. "The brighter islands are those still connected to their original worlds. The dim ones have lost that connection over time. It is part of our mission to restore those links." Suddenly, the Skyweaver banked sharply, diving towards a particularly large island that seemed to float higher than the others. Unlike the lush, forested islands they had seen before, this one was a patchwork of different environments: snowy peaks, sandy deserts, lush jungles, and more. As they landed on a grassy plateau, Mia slid off the Skyweaver's back, her legs a bit wobbly from the long flight. "Where are we?" she asked, looking around in wonder. "This is the Isle of Convergence," the Skyweaver explained. "It's a special place where aspects of many worlds come together. It's here that we'll find the beings who can help us on our quest." No sooner had the Skyweaver spoken than Mia heard rustling from the nearby tree line. She tensed, remembering their encounter with the Void Walkers, but the Skyweaver remained calm. From the trees emerged a group of beings unlike any Mia had ever seen. There was a tall, willowy creature with bark-like skin and leaves for hair, a small, glowing orb of pure energy that hovered at eye level, a being that seemed to be made entirely of flowing water, and a stout, rocky figure that looked like a walking mountain. "Welcome, Skyweaver," the tree-like being said, its voice like rustling leaves. "And welcome, young human. I am Sylvan, guardian of the forests." The glowing orb pulsed as it spoke next, its voice tinkling like wind chimes. "I am Lumen, keeper of light and knowledge." "Aquarius, master of the waters," the fluid being gurgled pleasantly. "And I'm Petra, warden of stone and earth," the rocky figure rumbled. Mia, momentarily stunned by the diverse group, quickly remembered her manners. "It's nice to meet you all. I'm Mia." Sylvan stepped forward, his leafy brow furrowed with concern. "We felt the awakening of the heart of the ancients. The balance is shifting, but danger looms. The Void Walkers grow bolder with each passing moment." Lumen pulsed urgently. "Time is of the essence. The young one must be prepared for the trials ahead." Mia looked from one being to another, feeling a mix of excitement and apprehension. "Prepared? What do you mean?" Aquarius flowed closer, its watery form rippling. "Each of us represents a fundamental aspect of reality, child. To truly awaken the dormant portals and restore the connections between worlds, you must understand and harness these aspects." Petra nodded, the movement causing small pebbles to cascade from her shoulders. "It won't be easy, mind you. Each lesson comes with its own challenges, its own risks." The Skyweaver nuzzled Mia gently. "This is why we've come here, Mia. These ancient beings can teach you to better understand and use the power you've begun to tap into." Mia took a deep breath, squaring her shoulders. "I'm ready to learn," she said, her voice firm despite the butterflies in her stomach. "What do I need to do first?" Sylvan extended a branch-like arm, gesturing towards a dense forest at the edge of the plateau. "We'll begin with the lesson of growth and adaptation. Follow me into the heart of the wild, and learn to bend without breaking." As Mia prepared to follow Sylvan, Lumen chimed in. "Be warned, young one. Each lesson will test not just your mind, but your spirit. You must face your fears and overcome your doubts if you are to succeed." Aquarius added, its voice like a bubbling brook, "But know this, with each challenge you overcome, your power to shape reality itself will grow. The fate of many worlds rests on your shoulders." Petra stomped a rocky foot for emphasis. "No pressure, she said with a gravelly chuckle. Mia looked back at the Skyweaver, who nodded encouragingly. "I believe in you, Mia," the majestic creature said. "Your heart is true, and your spirit is strong. You can do this." With a mix of determination and nervousness, Mia turned back to Sylvan. "Okay," she said, taking a deep breath. "I'm ready for my first lesson." As she followed Sylvan towards the dense, mysterious forest, Mia couldn't help but feel that she was stepping into a new chapter of her adventure. The weight of her responsibility was daunting, but the excitement of discovery and the desire to help restore balance to the worlds propelled her forward. The other elemental beings watched as Mia disappeared into the forest with Sylvan, each preparing for the role they would play in shaping this young hero's destiny. The fate of countless worlds hung in the balance, and the race against the Void Walkers had only just begun. In the heart of the wild, Mia's first true test awaited, and with it, the beginning of her transformation from an ordinary girl into the champion the multiverse desperately needed. As Mia followed Sylvan into the heart of the wild, the forest around them seemed to come alive. The trees whispered secrets in languages she couldn't understand, and the very ground beneath her feet pulsed with an ancient, primal energy. Shafts of multicolored light filtered through the canopy, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. This forest, Sylvan began, his voice a rustling of leaves, is a microcosm of all the natural worlds. It contains elements from countless realms, all existing in a delicate balance. Your first lesson, young Mia, is to understand this balance and your place within it. Mia nodded, her eyes wide as she took in the otherworldly flora surrounding them. It's beautiful, she breathed. But what exactly am I supposed to do? Sylvan smiled, his bark-like features creasing. Listen. Feel. Open yourself to the rhythms of the forest. The old ones speak of a prophecy, a lost treasure that once maintained balance between worlds. Your journey to uncover this treasure begins here. As they ventured deeper into the forest, Mia began to notice strange symbols carved into the trees similar to those she had seen on the archways, but subtly different. What do these mean? She asked, tracing one with her finger. Ah, you see them, Sylvan nodded approvingly. These are the ancient runes of nature. They tell the story of how our worlds were once connected, and how they became separated. Understanding them is key to your quest. Suddenly, the forest around them shimmered, and Mia found herself in a small clearing. At its center stood a magnificent tree, its trunk twisted into the shape of an archway. Within the arch, she could see fleeting images of other worlds, snow-capped mountains, vast deserts, sprawling cities. This is the World Tree, Sylvan explained. It connects all natural realms. But as you can see, the connections have grown weak. Your task is to strengthen them. Mia approached the tree, feeling a surge of energy as she neared it. How do I do that? Sylvan gestured to the symbols carved into the World Tree's bark. Use what you've learned. Feel the energy of the forest, and let it guide your actions. Taking a deep breath, Mia placed her hand on the tree. She closed her eyes, focusing on the energy she could feel pulsing through the forest. In her mind's eye, she saw the connections between worlds as gossamer threads, many of them frayed or broken. Without fully understanding how, Mia began to trace the symbols on the tree. As she did, she felt the energy of the forest flowing through her, strengthening the connections she could see in her mind. Suddenly, a dark tendril of energy lashed out, severing one of the threads she had just repaired. Mia's eyes snapped open to see a shadowy figure materializing in the clearing. A void walker. Sylvan exclaimed, his leaves rustling in alarm. The void walker, a being of swirling darkness and crackling negative energy, advanced towards the World Tree. Your efforts are futile, child, it hissed. The worlds were separated for a reason. They must remain so. Mia stood her ground, though her heart was racing. No. The worlds need each other. I won't let you destroy these connections. The Void Walker lunged forward, tendrils of darkness reaching for the World Tree. Without thinking, Mia thrust out her hand, channeling the energy of the forest. A burst of vibrant green light erupted from her palm, pushing the Void Walker back. Impossible, the creature snarled. How can a mere human wield such power? Sylvan stepped forward, his voice resonating with ancient power. She is no mere human. She is the one foretold, the bridge between worlds. The Void Walker recoiled, its form flickering. This isn't over, it growled before dissipating into wisps of shadow. As the dark presence faded, Mia turned back to the World Tree. The connections she had strengthened were holding, and new threads of light were forming between the worlds shown in the archway. You've done well, Mia, Sylvan said, placing a gnarled hand on her shoulder. You've taken the first step in restoring the balance. But this was only the beginning. The Void Walkers will return, stronger and in greater numbers. Mia nodded, a mix of excitement and trepidation coursing through her. I'll be ready, she said with determination. But there's still so much I don't understand. What did you mean about me being the bridge between worlds? Sylvan's eyes twinkled mysteriously. All will be revealed in time. For now, know that you possess a unique ability to connect with the energies of different realms. This power is what will allow you to restore the lost treasure and bring balance to the multiverse. As they made their way back through the forest, Mia's mind was buzzing with questions. She had taken her first steps on this incredible journey, faced her first real challenge, and discovered powers she never knew she possessed. But she knew this was just the beginning. What's next? She asked as they neared the edge of the forest. Sylvan gestured to where the other elemental beings were waiting. You must learn from each of us, mastering the fundamental forces that shape reality. Only then will you be prepared to face the trials ahead and uncover the lost treasure. Mia squared her shoulders, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. She may not fully understand her role in this cosmic drama yet, but she was determined to do whatever it took to restore balance to the worlds. As she stepped out of the heart of the wild, Mia knew that her life would never be the same. The ordinary girl from the forest had taken her first steps towards becoming the hero the multiverse needed. With each lesson, each challenge, she would grow stronger, wiser, and more prepared for the epic quest that lay before her as Mia emerged from the heart of the wild, her mind still reeling from the encounter with the Void Walker and the revelation of her newfound powers. She found the other elemental beings waiting expectantly. Lumen, the orb of pure energy, pulsed with an eager glow. It is time for your next lesson, young bridge, Lumen chimed, its voice like tinkling crystal. Come, let us ascend to the plateau of illumination. With a reassuring nod from Sylvan and the Skyweaver, Mia followed Lumen. As they climbed a winding path of shimmering light, the surroundings began to change. The solid ground beneath their feet gradually gave way to translucent crystal, and the air itself seemed to sparkle with countless tiny motes of light. Wow, Mia breathed, her eyes wide with wonder. It's like we're walking through the stars themselves. Lumen's glow brightened with approval. Indeed, young one. Here, on the plateau of illumination, the boundaries between the physical and the ethereal blur. It is the perfect place to learn about the power of knowledge and insight. As they reached the summit, Mia gasped. Before them stretched an endless expanse of swirling galaxies and nebulae, as if they were standing at the very edge of the universe. This is incredible, Mia said, her voice filled with awe. But how is this going to help me find the lost treasure and restore balance to the worlds? Lumen pulsed thoughtfully. The lost treasure you seek is not merely a physical object, Mia. It is knowledge, ancient wisdom that was scattered across the multiverse when the worlds were sundered. To find it, you must learn to see beyond the physical, to perceive the threads of knowledge that connect all things. The orb of light hovered closer to Mia. Close your eyes, young bridge. Feel the energy around you, the ebb and flow of information that permeates all of existence. Mia did as instructed, closing her eyes and focusing on her other senses. At first, she felt nothing but the cool breeze on her skin. But gradually, she began to perceive something else, a subtle vibration, a whisper of something vast and incomprehensible. I think I feel something, Mia said hesitantly. It's like a river of light, but I can't quite grasp it. Excellent, Lumen chimed encouragingly. Now, reach out with your mind. Try to touch one of those streams of knowledge. Mia concentrated harder, imagining her consciousness extending outward like tendrils of light. Suddenly, she felt a connection, and her mind was flooded with images and sensations. She saw a vast library with books that wrote themselves, a shimmering web that connected all living things, and strange symbols that danced and shifted, telling the story of creation itself. Mia's eyes snapped open, and she stumbled backward, overwhelmed by the experience. What was that?" she gasped. Lumen's glow pulsed soothingly. "You touched the Akashic records, the sum of all knowledge in the multiverse. What you experienced was but a fraction of its contents." As Mia caught her breath, a dark shadow suddenly fell across the plateau of illumination. Looking up, she saw a swarm of void walkers descending upon them, their forms blotting out the starry expanse. "No!" Mia cried out. "They've found us again." Lumen's voice was urgent. "Quick, Mia. Use what you've learned. Knowledge is light, and light banishes darkness." Instinctively, Mia reached out with her mind, trying to reconnect with the streams of knowledge she had touched earlier. As the void walkers drew closer, she felt the energy building within her. "You cannot stop the inevitable, child," one of the void walkers hissed. "The worlds will remain separated, shrouded in ignorance and darkness." "No," Mia said, her voice growing stronger. "Knowledge connects us all. And I won't let you sever those connections." With a cry, Mia released the energy she had been gathering. Brilliant beams of light erupted from her hands, each one carrying fragments of the knowledge she had glimpsed in the Akashic records. The light struck the void walkers, and where it touched, their shadowy forms began to dissipate. The creatures shrieked in anger and pain, retreating from the onslaught of illumination. As the last void walker vanished, Mia fell to her knees, exhausted but exhilarated. Did I do it?" she panted. Lumen bobbed excitedly. "You did wonderfully, young Bridge. You've taken another step towards mastering your powers and understanding your role in the grand design." As Mia caught her breath, she noticed something glimmering on the ground where the void walkers had been. She picked it up, a small, crystalline shard that seemed to contain swirling galaxies within it. "What's this?" she asked, holding it up to Lumen. The orb of light pulsed with excitement. "A fragment of cosmic knowledge. It's a piece of the lost treasure you seek. The void walkers must have been carrying it, trying to keep it hidden." Mia cradled the shard carefully. "So this is part of what I need to restore balance to the worlds?" Lumen chimed affirmatively. "Indeed. As you continue your journey and face more challenges, you'll uncover more of these fragments. When you have gathered them all, you'll be able to reconstruct the lost treasure and reunite the separated worlds." As they made their way back down from the plateau of illumination, Mia felt a new sense of purpose and understanding. She had faced another trial, gained new insights into her powers, and taken a tangible step towards her ultimate goal. "What's next?" she asked Lumen as they rejoined the other elemental beings. The orb of light pulsed thoughtfully. "You've learned about growth from Sylvan and knowledge from me. Next, you must understand the flow and adaptability of existence from Aquarius. But be warned, each lesson will bring greater challenges and reveal more of the vast responsibility you bear." Mia nodded, her face set with determination. She may not fully understand everything yet, but she knew that with each lesson, each fragment of cosmic knowledge she recovered, she was getting closer to fulfilling her destiny as the bridge between worlds. As she prepared for her next trial, Mia couldn't help but wonder what other wonders and dangers awaited her on this extraordinary journey through the multiverse. As Mia approached Aquarius, the being of flowing water, she could feel the air around her becoming more humid. The watery entity rippled with anticipation, its form constantly shifting and changing. "Welcome, young Bridge," Aquarius gurgled, its voice like a babbling brook. "Are you ready to learn the ways of flow and change?" Mia nodded, her hand instinctively touching the fragment of cosmic knowledge she had acquired. "I'm ready. What do I need to do?" Aquarius' form swirled, creating a small whirlpool. "Follow me into the depths of transformation." there, you will face your next trial and learn to adapt as water does. Without warning, the ground beneath Mia's feet became liquid, and she found herself sinking into a swirling vortex of water. Panic gripped her for a moment before she remembered to breathe. To her surprise, she could breathe underwater as easily as air. As they descended deeper into the aquatic realm, Mia marveled at the sight around her. Schools of luminescent fish swam by, their scales shimmering with otherworldly colors. Structures of coral and crystal formed intricate patterns that seemed to shift and change as she watched. "This place is amazing," Mia said, her voice sounding strange in the watery environment. "But how will this help me find more fragments of cosmic knowledge?" Aquarius flowed around her, its watery form taking on a more humanoid shape. "The universe is in constant flux, young bridge. To navigate its currents and find what you seek, you must learn to flow with change, not resist it." They came to a stop in front of a massive, swirling whirlpool. At its center, Mia could see something glinting, another fragment of cosmic knowledge. "Your task," Aquarius explained, "is to retrieve that fragment. But be warned, the currents are treacherous, and the whirlpool will fight to keep its treasure." Mia eyed the whirlpool warily. "How am I supposed to swim through that? It's too powerful." Aquarius' watery form rippled with amusement. "Who said anything about swimming? Remember, young one, adapt, flow, become one with the water itself." Mia closed her eyes, focusing on the feeling of the water around her. She thought back to her lessons with Sylvan and Lumen about connecting with the essence of things. Slowly, she felt her body beginning to change, becoming less solid, more fluid. When she opened her eyes, Mia gasped in surprise. Her body had transformed into a watery form, much like Aquarius. I did it," she exclaimed. "Excellent," Aquarius burbled approvingly. "Now, approach the whirlpool. Feel its currents, and let them guide you." Mia moved towards the swirling vortex, her new liquid form allowing her to slip between the powerful currents. As she neared the center, she could feel the pull growing stronger, threatening to tear her apart. "Remember," Aquarius called out, "flow with the change, don't fight it." Taking a deep breath, or whatever the watery equivalent was, Mia relaxed her form, allowing the currents to pull her in. Instead of fighting against the whirlpool, she began to spin with it, moving faster and faster towards the center. As she neared the glinting fragment, Mia heard a menacing voice echo through the water. "So, the little bridge thinks she can master the ways of change?" A dark, inky substance began to seep into the whirlpool, and Mia recognized the presence of a Void Walker. "You may have learned to flow, child," the Void Walker hissed, its voice distorted by the water, "but can you withstand the currents of chaos?" The whirlpool suddenly became more violent, dark tendrils of void energy lashing out at Mia. She dodged and weaved, her watery form allowing her to slip between the attacks. "You can't stop me," Mia called out, her voice sounding strange in her liquid state. "I'll get that fragment and help restore balance to the worlds." The Void Walker laughed, a sound like bubbles and tar. "Foolish child. The worlds were separated for a reason. Some knowledge is too dangerous to be reunited." As Mia neared the center of the whirlpool, she could see the Void Walker more clearly. It was trying to grasp the fragment, but its shadowy form seemed to be having trouble in the swirling water. An idea struck Mia. If she could change her form, perhaps she could change the water around her as well. Concentrating hard, she focused on the water between the Void Walker and the fragment. Suddenly, a jet of water shot out, pushing the Void Walker away from the fragment. In that moment of distraction, Mia surged forward, her watery hand grasping the glinting shard. "No," the Void Walker screeched, lunging towards her. But Mia was ready. Using her newfound control over the water, she created a powerful current that swept the Void Walker away, dispersing its shadowy form into the vast ocean. As the whirlpool began to calm, Mia felt herself being gently pulled back to where Aquarius waited. As she emerged from the vortex, her body slowly returned to its normal, solid state. "Well done, young Bridge," Aquarius said, its watery form rippling with pride. "You have not only retrieved the fragment but have also learned to adapt and flow with the currents of change." Mia looked at the fragment in her hand, then back at Aquarius. "I think I understand now. It's not just about physical change, is it? It's about being able to adapt to any situation, to flow around obstacles instead of fighting them head-on." Aquarius nodded, sending small waves rippling through its form. "Precisely. This lesson will serve you well as you continue your quest. The path ahead is uncertain, and you must be ready to adapt to whatever challenges you face." As they began to ascend back to the surface, Mia clutched the new fragment tightly. She had faced another trial, gained new insights, and taken another step towards her ultimate goal. But she knew that greater challenges lay ahead, and the true test of her abilities was yet to come. "What's next?" she asked as they neared the surface. Aquarius' voice was thoughtful. "You have learned of growth, knowledge, and adaptability. Next, you must understand the strength and endurance of existence from Petra. But remember, young Bridge, with each lesson, the stakes grow higher, and the enemies you face will become more formidable." Mia nodded, her face set with determination. She was ready to face whatever came next, armed with her growing powers and the wisdom of her elemental teachers. As they broke the surface of the water, returning to the Isle of Convergence, Mia couldn't help but wonder what earth-shaking challenges Petra had in store for her. As Mia approached Petra, the rocky figure towered over her, imposing yet oddly comforting. The ground beneath her feet seemed to tremble slightly with each of Petra's movements. "Welcome, young Bridge," Petra rumbled, her voice like distant thunder. "Are you prepared to learn the ways of earth and stone?" Mia nodded, her hand instinctively touching the two fragments of cosmic knowledge she had already acquired. "I'm ready. What challenge awaits me this time?" Petra's rocky face creased into what might have been a smile. "Follow me to the caverns of endurance. There, you will face trials that will test not just your strength, but your resolve." With a ground-shaking step, Petra led Mia to a cave entrance that seemed to appear out of nowhere. As they entered, the world around them transformed. The cave walls glittered with veins of precious metals and crystals, and the air grew thick with the scent of earth and stone. "Whoa," Mia breathed, her voice echoing in the vast cavern. "It's beautiful down here." Petra nodded, small pebbles cascading from her shoulders. "Beauty and strength often go hand in hand, young one. But remember, true strength comes from within." As they ventured deeper into the caverns, Mia noticed the passages becoming narrower and more treacherous. Suddenly, they emerged into a massive underground chamber. At its center stood a colossal pillar of stone, and atop it, Mia could see the glint of another fragment of cosmic knowledge. "Your task," Petra explained, "is to reach that fragment. But be warned, the path is not as straightforward as it seems." Mia eyed the pillar, noticing the smooth, seemingly unclimbable surface. "How am I supposed to get up there?" Petra's rocky brow furrowed. "Think, young Bridge. What have you learned so far? How can you apply those lessons here?" Mia closed her eyes, recalling her previous trials. She thought of Sylvan's lesson about growth and connection, Lumen's teachings about knowledge and perception, and Aquarius' wisdom about adaptability and flow. Opening her eyes, Mia approached the pillar and placed her hand on its surface. She focused on connecting with the stone, feeling its ancient strength and endurance. To her amazement, small handholds began to form in the rock. "That's it," Petra encouraged. "The earth responds to those who understand its nature. Now, climb." Mia began her ascent, her newfound connection to the stone guiding her movements. As she climbed higher, however, she felt a chill in the air. Dark whispers echoed through the cavern. "So, the little bridge thinks she can master the ways of stone," a sinister voice hissed. From the shadows emerged a void walker, its form seeming to absorb the light around it. "You again," Mia called out, clinging to the pillar. "Why can't you just leave me alone?" The void walker laughed, a sound like grinding rocks. "Because, child, your quest threatens the very fabric of reality. The worlds were separated for a reason. Some forces are too dangerous to be reunited." With a wave of its shadowy appendage, the void walker sent a shower of razor-sharp obsidian shards flying towards Mia. Instinctively, she pressed herself against the pillar, willing the stone to protect her. To her amazement, the rock face shifted, creating a small alcove that shielded her from the attack. "Impossible," the void walker snarled. "How can a mere human command the earth itself?" Petra's voice boomed through the cavern. "She is no mere human. She is the bridge, and the earth recognizes its own." Emboldened by Petra's words, Mia continued her climb. The void walker attacked again and again, but each time, Mia found new ways to use her connection with the stone to defend herself and press onward. As she neared the top of the pillar, the void walker made one final, desperate lunge. "You don't understand the forces you're dealing with, child," it screeched. "Some knowledge is too dangerous to be reunited." Mia, her hands just inches from the fragment, looked the void walker in its shadowy eyes. "Maybe so," she said, her voice steady despite her racing heart. "But that's not for you to decide. The worlds need balance, and I'm going to help restore it." With a final burst of effort, Mia grasped the fragment. As her fingers closed around it, a pulse of energy shot through the pillar. The stone beneath the void walker suddenly shifted, opening up and swallowing the creature into the depths of the earth. As the echoes of the void walker's final scream faded, Mia carefully made her way back down the pillar. Petra waited for her at the bottom, a look of pride on her craggy face. "Well done, young bridge," Petra rumbled. "You have not only retrieved the fragment but have also learned to tap into the strength and endurance of the earth itself." Mia looked at the fragment in her hand, then back at Petra. "I think I understand now. It's not just about physical strength, is it? It's about having the endurance to keep going, no matter how difficult things get." Petra nodded, causing a small avalanche of pebbles. "Precisely. The earth endures, young one. It weathers storms, withstands the test of time, and yet remains. This lesson will serve you well in the trials to come." As they made their way back to the surface, Mia felt a new sense of grounding, both literal and figurative. She had faced another challenge, gained new insights, and taken another step towards her ultimate goal. "What's next?" she asked as they emerged from the caverns. Petra's voice was solemn. "You have learned of growth, knowledge, adaptability, and endurance. These are all crucial aspects of existence. But your greatest test still lies ahead. You must now bring together all you have learned to face the final challenge." Mia nodded, her face set with determination. She could feel the weight of the 3 fragments of cosmic knowledge she now possessed, each one a testament to the trials she had overcome and the wisdom she had gained. As they rejoined the other elemental beings, Mia couldn't help but wonder what the final challenge would entail. She had grown so much since her journey began, but she knew that the true test of her abilities and her role as the bridge between worlds was yet to come. With a deep breath, Mia steeled herself for whatever lay ahead. She was ready to face the ultimate trial, to bring together all she had learned, and to take the final steps towards restoring balance to the multiverse. As Mia stood among the elemental beings, a sense of anticipation hung in the air. She had learned much, grown in ways she never thought possible, and collected 3 fragments of cosmic knowledge. But as she looked at her mentors, she could sense that something bigger was on the horizon. Sylvan stepped forward, his leafy form rustling gently. "Young Bridge, you have shown remarkable progress. But now, it is time for you to see the bigger picture." Lumen pulsed in agreement, its light flickering with excitement. "Indeed, the lessons you've learned are not isolated. They are all interconnected, much like the worlds themselves." Mia furrowed her brow, trying to understand. "What do you mean? How are they connected?" Aquarius flowed closer, its watery form rippling. "Think, Mia. Have you noticed any similarities between the magical world and your own forest?" Mia closed her eyes, recalling her journey. Suddenly, it hit her. "The symbols," she exclaimed. "The ones I saw in my forest, they're similar to the ones I've seen here, aren't they?" Petra nodded, causing small pebbles to cascade from her rocky shoulders. "Precisely, young one. The connections between worlds are more profound than you might think." As if on cue, the air around them began to shimmer. Mia watched in awe as ghostly images appeared, overlapping with their surroundings. She saw her forest back home, but it was different, somehow more vibrant, more alive. "What's happening?" Mia asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The Skyweaver, who had been silent until now, stepped forward. "You're seeing the truth, Mia. The veil between worlds is thinning, allowing you to perceive the connections that have always existed." As Mia looked closer, she began to notice more similarities. The great oak tree in her forest seemed to pulse with the same energy as the world tree she had encountered. The babbling brook near her home echoed the flowing form of Aquarius. Even the sturdy rocks she used to climb on shared an essence with Petra. "It's all connected," Mia breathed, her eyes wide with wonder. "My world, this magical realm, they're not as separate as I thought." Sylvan nodded approvingly. "Now you're beginning to understand. The lost treasure you seek isn't just about restoring balance to the magical realm. It's about reconnecting all worlds, including your own." Suddenly, a dark shadow fell over the shimmering visions. Mia's heart sank as she recognized the presence of the Voidwalkers. "So, the little bridge has finally begun to see the truth," a sinister voice hissed. Multiple Voidwalkers materialized around them, their shadowy forms more menacing than ever. Mia stood her ground, her hand instinctively reaching for the fragments of cosmic knowledge she had collected. "Why are you so determined to keep the worlds apart?" she demanded. The lead Voidwalker laughed, a chilling sound that echoed across the dimensions. "Foolish child. The separation of worlds maintains order. Reuniting them would unleash chaos beyond your comprehension." Lumen pulsed defiantly. "It is not chaos, but harmony that will be restored." "Enough," the Voidwalker roared. "We will end this now. The bridge must be destroyed before she can complete her quest." As the Voidwalkers surged forward, Mia felt a surge of power unlike anything she had experienced before. The fragments of cosmic knowledge began to glow, resonating with the energy of the elemental beings around her. "Mia," the Skyweaver called out, "use what you've learned. Bring together all aspects of your journey." Instinctively, Mia reached out with her mind, drawing upon the lessons she had learned. She felt the growth and connection taught by Sylvan, the knowledge and insight from Lumen, the adaptability and flow from Aquarius, and the strength and endurance from Petra. As the Voidwalkers closed in, Mia released a burst of energy that combined all these elements. Tendrils of vibrant light shot out, each one representing a different aspect of her training. They wove together, forming a tapestry of power that pushed back the encroaching darkness. "Impossible," one of the Voidwalkers screeched as it was enveloped by the light. Mia stood firm, her voice ringing with newfound confidence. "It's not impossible. It's the way things are meant to be. The worlds are connected, whether you like it or not." As the light expanded, Mia could see glimpses of other realms, not just her forest, but countless other worlds, each one unique yet intrinsically linked to the others. The Voidwalker's shadows began to dissipate, unable to withstand the power of unity and connection. When the light finally faded, Mia found herself standing in a transformed landscape. The boundaries between the magical realm and her own world seemed to blur, creating a breathtaking fusion of realities. "You did it, Mia," Sylvan said, his voice filled with pride. "You've taken the first true step towards restoring balance to all worlds." Mia looked around in awe, still trying to process what had happened. "But I don't understand. How did I do that?" Lumen pulsed warmly. "By understanding the connections between all things, you've begun to unlock the true power of the bridge. The lost treasure you seek is not just an object, but the knowledge of unity itself." Aquarius flowed around her, its watery form shimmering with excitement. "And this is just the beginning. There are still more fragments to find, more connections to restore." Petra nodded solemnly. "The path ahead will not be easy. The Voidwalkers will return, stronger and more desperate than ever." Mia took a deep breath, feeling the weight of her responsibility. But as she looked at her mentors, at the beautiful merged landscape around her, and thought of all the worlds waiting to be reconnected, she felt a surge of determination. "I'm ready," she said, her voice steady and resolute. "Whatever challenges lie ahead, I'll face them. We'll restore balance to all worlds, no matter what it takes." As Mia stood there, surrounded by the elemental beings and the shimmering visions of interconnected worlds, she knew that her journey was far from over. But for the first time, she truly understood her role as the bridge between worlds. With each step forward, each fragment recovered, she was not just restoring magic, but weaving together the very fabric of reality itself. As Mia's newfound understanding of her role as the bridge between worlds settled in, she noticed a change in the atmosphere around her. The air seemed to thicken with an electric anticipation, and the merged landscape began to pulse with an otherworldly energy. Sylvan approached her, his leafy brow furrowed with concern. "Young Bridge, you've made remarkable progress, but the true test of your abilities is yet to come." The shadows gather, and whispers of an ancient guardian grow more frequent. Mia's eyes widened. "An ancient guardian? What do you mean?" Lumen pulsed urgently, its light flickering with nervous energy. "There are forces in this universe far older and more powerful than even we elemental beings can comprehend. One such entity is the Cosmic Sentinel, a being tasked with maintaining the separation between worlds." "But why?" Mia asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. "If the worlds are meant to be connected, why would there be a guardian keeping them apart?" Aquarius flowed closer, its watery form rippling with unease. The Cosmic Sentinel was created in a time of great turmoil, when the connections between worlds threatened to tear reality apart. It was given the task of maintaining separation to prevent catastrophe. Petra's rocky form trembled slightly as she spoke. "But times have changed. The separation that once protected now threatens to stifle the natural flow of energy between realms. The Cosmic Sentinel may not understand this." As if summoned by their words, the sky above them began to darken. Swirling clouds of cosmic energy gathered, forming a vortex that crackled with power. From within this celestial maelstrom, a booming voice echoed across the landscape. Who dares to challenge the order of the cosmos? Mia felt a chill run down her spine, but she stood her ground. I am Mia, the bridge between worlds. I seek to restore the connections between realms and bring balance to the multiverse. A massive figure began to materialize from the swirling vortex. It was a being of pure cosmic energy, its form constantly shifting between various celestial bodies, stars, planets, and galaxies swirled within its ethereal body. I am the Cosmic Sentinel, the being thundered. For eons, I have maintained the separation of worlds to prevent chaos and destruction. Your actions threaten the very fabric of reality. Mia took a deep breath, gathering her courage. With all due respect, Cosmic Sentinel, the separation is no longer necessary. The worlds need each other to thrive. I've seen the connections, felt the flow of energy between realms. It's beautiful, not chaotic. The Cosmic Sentinel's form flickered, stars within its body flaring with intensity. You are but a child, a fleeting spark in the vastness of the cosmos. How can you presume to understand the forces at play? Because I've experienced them firsthand, Mia replied, her voice growing stronger. I've learned from the elemental beings, faced the void walkers, and seen how all things are interconnected. The separation you maintain is causing harm, not preventing it. The Cosmic Sentinel paused, its swirling form seeming to consider Mia's words. Then, with a burst of energy that shook the very ground, it declared, "Words are not enough. If you truly believe in your cause, you must prove your worth. Face my trial, bridge between worlds, and we shall see if you are truly capable of bearing this responsibility." The landscape around them began to shift and change. Mia found herself standing on a platform suspended in the midst of a cosmic void. All around her, she could see fragments of different worlds, pieces of her forest, the magical realm, and countless other dimensions she had never seen before. Your task, the Cosmic Sentinel boomed, ISTO, bring these fragments together without causing them to collapse into chaos. Show me that your vision of connected worlds is viable. Mia looked around, feeling overwhelmed by the enormity of the task before her. But then she remembered all she had learned on her journey. She closed her eyes, reaching out with her senses to feel the energy flowing between the world fragments. You can do this, Mia, she heard Sylvan's encouraging voice from somewhere distant. Remember the lessons of growth and connection. Perceive the underlying patterns, Lumen chimed in. Knowledge is your ally. Adapt to the changing energies, Aquarius burbled. Flow with the cosmic currents. And stand firm in your conviction, Patra rumbled. Your strength comes from within. Drawing upon all her experiences, Mia began to weave the fragments together. She used her connection to nature to encourage growth between pieces, her understanding of cosmic knowledge to align the patterns, her adaptability to flow with the shifting energies, and her inner strength to hold everything together. As she worked, Mia could feel the Cosmic Sentinel watching her intently. The task was incredibly difficult, requiring all of her concentration and newly acquired skills. Several times, she nearly lost control, the fragments threatening to spiral into chaos. But each time, she steadied herself, remembering her purpose and the importance of her mission. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Mia opened her eyes. Before her floated a miniature cosmos, worlds and realms interconnected in a beautiful, harmonious dance. The Cosmic Sentinel's form shimmered, its voice softer now. Impossible. And yet, I see it with my own cosmic eyes. You have succeeded where I thought none could. Mia looked up at the ancient being, hope blossoming in her heart. Do you understand now? The worlds don't need to be separated. They can coexist, support each other, and create something even more beautiful together. The cosmic sentinel was silent for a long moment, its form slowly shifting and swirling. Finally, it spoke. Perhaps I have been mistaken. In all my eons of existence, I never considered that the very separation I maintained might become a threat to the cosmos. With a gesture, the cosmic sentinel returned them to the merged landscape where Mia's journey had begun. The elemental beings gathered around, their faces alight with hope and wonder. "You have proven your worth, bridge between worlds," the cosmic sentinel declared. "I shall not stand in your way. But be warned, the path ahead is fraught with danger. The Voidwalkers and other forces that fear change will not yield easily." Mia nodded, feeling both exhilarated and daunted by the challenges that lay ahead. "I understand. But I'm ready to face whatever comes. The worlds need to be reconnected, and I'll do whatever it takes to make that happen." As the cosmic sentinel began to fade, returning to its vigil over the cosmos, Mia turned to her mentors. She could see pride in their eyes, but also a hint of concern for the trials yet to come. "What's next?" she asked, her voice filled with determination. Sylvan smiled, leaves rustling gently. "Now, young Bridge, we prepare for the final stages of your quest. The lost treasure awaits, and with it, the power to truly reunite all worlds." Mia nodded, her heart racing with anticipation. She had faced her greatest challenge yet and emerged victorious. Whatever lay ahead, she was ready to embrace her destiny as the bridge between worlds. As Mia and her elemental mentors prepared for the final stages of her quest, a sense of anticipation and urgency filled the air. The merged landscape around them seemed to pulse with energy, as if the very fabric of reality was aware of the momentous task that lay ahead. Sylvan stepped forward, his leafy form rustling with excitement. "Mia, you've come so far and learned so much. But the most crucial part of your journey is about to begin. Are you ready to seek out the lost treasure?" Mia nodded, her eyes shining with determination. "I'm ready. But what exactly is this lost treasure? And how will it help us reconnect the worlds?" Lumen pulsed brightly, its light forming intricate patterns in the air. "The lost treasure, young Bridge, is an ancient artifact known as the Nexus Crystal. It's said to be the focal point of all cosmic energy, the very heart of the connections between worlds. Long ago," Aquarius continued, its watery form shimmering with reflected light, "the Nexus Crystal was shattered and its pieces scattered across different realms to prevent any one being from wielding its immense power. But now, with the worlds drifting further apart, we need to reassemble it." Petra's rocky form trembled slightly as she spoke. "The task won't be easy, Mia. Each shard of the Nexus Crystal is hidden in a different world, guarded by powerful beings who may not understand the importance of our mission." Mia furrowed her brow, taking in this new information. "So, we need to travel to different worlds, convince the Guardians to give up their shards, and then somehow put the crystal back together? That sounds daunting." The Skyweaver, who had been silent until now, stepped forward. "Indeed it is, young Bridge. But that's why you've been preparing all this time. Your experiences, the lessons you've learned, and the connections you've made have all been leading to this moment." Suddenly, the air around them began to shimmer and shift. Ghostly images of various worlds appeared, each one unique and fantastical in its own way. Mia saw lush jungles teeming with bioluminescent life, crystalline cities floating in the clouds, underwater kingdoms where merfolk swam alongside colossal sea creatures, and even a world that seemed to be one massive, sentient library. "Whoa," Mia breathed, her eyes wide with wonder. "Are these all the worlds we need to visit?" Sylvan nodded, a proud smile on his leafy face. "These and more, young one. Each world holds a shard of the Nexus Crystal, and each will present its own unique challenges. But how will I know what to do in each world? Mia asked, feeling a mix of excitement and apprehension. They're all so different. Lumen pulsed reassuringly. Remember, Mia, you are the bridge between worlds. Your ability to adapt and connect is your greatest strength. Trust in what you've learned, and let your instincts guide you. Aquarius flowed closer, its watery voice filled with encouragement. And don't forget, you won't be alone. While we can't accompany you physically into these other realms, our essence will be with you. When you need guidance, just reach out and you'll find us. Petra nodded solemnly, small pebbles cascading from her shoulders. The challenges ahead will test everything you've learned. You'll need to use your connection to nature, your understanding of cosmic knowledge, your adaptability, and your inner strength. As Mia listened to her mentors, she felt a surge of confidence. She had come so far, faced so many trials, and grown in ways she never thought possible. This final quest, daunting as it was, felt like the culmination of everything she had been working towards. "All right," she said, her voice steady and determined. "I'm ready. Where do we start?" The Skyweaver waved his hand, and one of the ghostly images grew larger, coming into sharper focus. It showed a world of swirling mists and floating islands, where gravity seemed to be more of a suggestion than a law. "This is the realm of ether," the Skyweaver explained. "It's a world of constant change and illusion, where nothing is quite as it seems. The shard hidden here is guarded by the Mistweaver, a being as mercurial as the realm itself." Mia studied the image intently, trying to prepare herself for what lay ahead. "How do I even begin to navigate a place like that?" Sylvan placed a leafy hand on her shoulder. "Trust in your ability to adapt, Mia. The lessons you learn from Aquarius about flow and change will serve you well here. And remember, in a world of illusions, your inner strength and conviction will be your anchor." Lumen pulsed in agreement. "Indeed. And don't forget to use your knowledge and perception. In the realm of ether, things are rarely as they first appear. Look beyond the surface, and you may find unexpected allies and solutions." As Mia continued to gaze at the swirling image of the realm of ether, she felt a mix of excitement and nervousness. This was at the beginning of her final quest to reunite the worlds. "Before you go," Petra rumbled, "there's one more thing you should know. The Voidwalkers are aware of the Nexus Crystal and its power. They will stop at nothing to prevent you from reassembling it. Be on your guard, young Bridge. The shadows may be lurking in any realm you visit." Mia nodded, her expression serious. "I understand. I'll be careful." The Skyweaver raised his hands, and a shimmering portal began to form in the air. "Are you ready, Mia? Once you step through, your quest to gather the shards of the Nexus Crystal will begin in earnest." Mia took a deep breath, centering herself. She thought of all she had learned, all she had experienced. She thought of the beautiful connections between worlds she had witnessed, and the harmony she hoped to restore. With a determined nod, she stepped towards the portal. "I'm ready," she said, her voice ringing with confidence. "Let's reunite the worlds." As Mia stepped through the portal, the last thing she heard was the collective voices of her mentors, filled with pride and hope. "Good luck, young Bridge. May your path be true, and may you find the strength to overcome whatever challenges await." With a flash of light and a rush of energy, Mia vanished into the portal, beginning the next chapter of her extraordinary journey as the bridge between worlds. As Mia stepped through the shimmering portal, she felt a sudden rush of weightlessness. The world around her dissolved into swirling mists of various hues: lavender, silver, and pale blue. When the disorientation passed, she found herself standing on what appeared to be a small floating island, suspended in an endless sea of clouds and mist. "Well, this is certainly different," Mia muttered to herself, trying to get her bearings in the realm of ether. As she took a cautious step forward, she noticed that the ground beneath her feet seemed to shift and change. What looked like solid rock one moment would become translucent the next, revealing glimpses of swirling energy beneath. "Okay, Mia, remember what Sylvan said. Trust in your ability to adapt," she whispered, taking another careful step. Suddenly, a melodious voice echoed around her. Well, what have we here? A visitor from another realm, perhaps?" Mia spun around, trying to locate the source of the voice, but all she could see was mist. "Hello? Who's there?" The mist in front of her coalesced into a vaguely humanoid shape. It was difficult to discern any specific features, as the form kept shifting and changing, sometimes appearing solid, sometimes transparent. "I am Zephyr, a denizen of this realm," the misty figure said. "And you, little one, are clearly not from around here. What brings you to our ever-changing home?" Mia straightened her posture, trying to project confidence. "I'm Mia, the bridge between worlds. I've come seeking a shard of the Nexus crystal. I need to speak with the Mistweaver." Zephyr's form rippled with what might have been laughter. "The Mistweaver? Oh my, you do aim high, don't you? The Mistweaver isn't one for casual chats, you know. Especially not with outsiders. This is important," Mia insisted. "The balance between worlds is at stake. I need to reassemble the Nexus crystal to restore the connections between realms." Zephyr floated closer, circling around Mia. "Interesting, very interesting. But you see, little bridge, in the realm of ether, nothing is ever straightforward. If you wish to reach the Mistweaver, you'll need to prove yourself worthy." Mia sighed, realizing this wasn't going to be easy. "What do I need to do?" Zephyr's form expanded, gesturing to the vast expanse of floating islands and mist around them. "3 trials await you, young one. First, you must navigate the shifting maze, where paths change with every step. Then, you must face the mirror of truth, which reflects not your outer form, but your inner self. Finally, you must solve the riddle of the winds, a challenge that has stumped even the wisest of our kind." Mia took a deep breath, steeling herself for the challenges ahead. "I accept these trials. Where do I start?" With a wave of its misty appendage, Zephyr conjured a path of swirling energy leading to a larger floating island in the distance. "The shifting maze awaits you there. Remember, young bridge in the realm of ether, perception is reality. Trust your instincts, not your eyes." As Mia began to walk along the ethereal path, she heard Zephyr's voice fading behind her. "Oh, and do be careful of the voidlings. They've been quite active lately, causing all sorts of mischief." "Voidlings?" Mia called back, but Zephyr had already dissipated into the mist. The path to the shifting maze was treacherous. More than once, Mia found herself stepping onto what looked like solid ground, only to have it dissolve beneath her feet. She quickly learned to feel the energy of the path rather than relying on her vision. As she approached the entrance to the maze, Mia noticed dark shadows flitting at the edges of her vision. "Voidlings," she murmured, remembering Zephyr's warning. She quickened her pace, reaching the maze just as a group of small, shadowy creatures emerged from the mist behind her. The shifting maze lived up to its name. Walls of mist and energy constantly formed and reformed, creating an ever-changing labyrinth. Mia took a deep breath, centering herself as Aquarius had taught her. "Flow with the changes," she whispered, stepping into the maze. As she navigated the twisting passages, Mia found herself relying more and more on her intuition. She learned to sense the flow of energy around her, anticipating the maze's shifts before they happened. Suddenly, a group of voidlings materialized in front of her, their dark forms a stark contrast to the swirling mists. The bridge must not pass, they hissed in unison. The worlds must remain separate. Mia stood her ground, remembering her encounters with the Void Walkers. The separation is causing harm, she said firmly. The worlds need to be reconnected. The voidlings lunged at her, but Mia was ready. Drawing on the lessons she had learned, she focused on the energy of the maze itself. To her amazement, the misty walls responded to her will, shifting to create a barrier between her and the voidlings. This realm recognizes me as the bridge, Mia realized aloud. It's helping me. With renewed confidence, Mia pressed on through the maze. She weaved through the shifting passages, always staying one step ahead of the pursuing voidlings. Finally, after what felt like hours, she emerged from the other side of the maze. Zephyr was waiting for her, its misty form shimmering with approval. Well done, young bridge. You've passed the first trial. But remember, this is just the beginning. Mia nodded, catching her breath. I'm ready for the next challenge. Where's the mirror of truth? Zephyr gestured to a floating platform nearby. There. But be warned, facing your true self can be more daunting than any physical challenge. As Mia stepped onto the platform, she saw a large, ornate mirror materialize before her. Its surface swirled with the same misty energy that permeated the realm. Here goes nothing, Mia muttered, stepping in front of the mirror. At first, she saw only her own reflection. But then, the image began to change. Mia watched in awe as the mirror showed her not as she was, but as she could be, a confident, powerful bridge between worlds, surrounded by the harmonious energy of interconnected realms. But the image wasn't all positive. Mia also saw her doubts and fears reflected back at her, the weight of her responsibility, the consequences of failure, the loneliness of her unique role. The mirror of truth shows all facets of your inner self, Zephyr explained. To pass this trial, you must accept both your strengths and your weaknesses. Mia stared at her reflection, taking in every detail. She saw her potential for greatness, but also the very real challenges she faced. After a long moment, she nodded, accepting everything she saw. I am the bridge between worlds, she said firmly. I have the power to reunite the realms, but I also carry the responsibility that comes with it. I accept both. The mirror's surface rippled, and Mia's reflection smiled back at her before fading away. Impressive, Zephyr commented. Many have been unable to face their true selves. You have wisdom beyond your years, young bridge. Mia turned to Zephyr, a determined look in her eyes. Thank you. Now, what's this riddle of the winds? As if in response, a strong gust of wind swept across the platform, carrying whispered words that seemed to come from all directions at once. Ah, Zephyr said, its misty form swirling excitedly. The final trial begins. Listen carefully, Mia. The winds of ether carry ancient wisdom, but also cunning deceit. Solve the riddle, and the path to the Mist Weaver will be revealed. Mia closed her eyes, focusing on the whispered words carried by the wind. As she listened, she realized that this final trial would test everything she had learned on her journey. It would require not just her knowledge, but her understanding of the connections between all things. With a deep breath, she opened her eyes, ready to face the riddle of the winds and earn her audience with the Mist Weaver. The next step in her quest to reassemble the Nexus Crystal and reunite the worlds was about to begin. As Mia stood on the floating platform, the winds of the realm of ether swirled around her, carrying whispers of ancient wisdom and cunning riddles. She closed her eyes, focusing intently on the words carried by the breeze. Listen closely, bridge between worlds, the wind seemed to say. Answer 3 riddles, and the path to the Mistweaver shall be revealed. Mia nodded, her face set with determination. I'm ready, she said to the wind. The first riddle came in a gust that nearly knocked her off her feet. I am not alive, but I grow. I don't have lungs, but I need air. I don't have a mouth, but water kills me. What am I? Mia furrowed her brow, considering the clues. She thought back to her lessons with Sylvan about the interconnectedness of all things in nature. Suddenly, it clicked. Fire, she exclaimed. You're describing fire. The wind died down for a moment, then picked up again with a pleased whistle. Correct, young Bridge. You perceive well. Now, for the second riddle, I have cities, but no houses. I have mountains, but no trees. I have water, but no fish. What am I? This one seemed trickier. Mia closed her eyes, visualizing the clues. She thought of Lumen's lessons about perception and knowledge. Then, she remembered the ghostly images of different worlds she had seen before entering the realm of ether. A map, Mia said confidently. You're describing a map. The wind swirled around her approvingly. Your wisdom grows, Bridge. But the final riddle will test more than your knowledge. Listen well, I am the bridge that no one can cross, the connection that cannot be severed, the link that binds all yet touches none. What am I? Mia felt a chill run down her spine. This riddle seemed different, more personal somehow. She thought hard, drawing on everything she had learned in her journey. She considered her role as the bridge between worlds, the connections she had discovered between realms, and the very nature of the quest she was on. As she pondered, Zephyr's misty form appeared beside her. Remember, young one, it said softly, in the realm of ether, perception shapes reality. Trust in what you know to be true. Mia nodded, taking a deep breath. She thought about the Nexus crystal she was seeking to reassemble, about the ancient connections between worlds that had been severed. And then, in a moment of clarity, she understood. The answer, she said, her voice ringing with certainty, is cosmic energy. It's the force that connects all realms, that binds everything together without physically touching it. It's the essence of the Nexus crystal itself. The wind around her exploded into a whirlwind of activity. Mia felt herself lifted off her feet, suspended in the air as the mists of ether swirled around her in a dazzling display of color and light. When her feet touched the ground again, she found herself standing before an enormous, shimmering structure that seemed to be made of solidified mist and starlight. At its center stood a figure that constantly shifted and changed, like the realm itself given form. Welcome, Mia, bridge between worlds, the figure said, its voice echoing with the power of 1,000 winds. I am the Mistweaver, guardian of this realm and keeper of the ether shard of the Nexus crystal. Mia bowed respectfully. It's an honor to meet you, Mistweaver. I've come seeking the shard to help reunite the worlds and restore balance to the cosmos. The Mistweaver's form rippled, and for a moment, Mia thought she saw a smile. Yes, young one. Your quest is known to us. But tell me, why do you believe the worlds should be reconnected? The separation has maintained a certain peace for eons. Mia took a deep breath, knowing that her answer could determine whether or not she received the shard. The separation may have been necessary once, she began, but now it's causing harm. The worlds are drifting further apart, losing the natural flow of energy between them. I've seen the beauty of the connections, the harmony that can exist when realms coexist. The cosmos isn't meant to be fragmented, it's meant to be whole. The Mistweaver was silent for a long moment, its form shifting through various shapes as it considered Mia's words. Finally, it spoke again. Your wisdom belies your years, young bridge. You speak truth, the cosmos does indeed yearn for unity. But be warned, reuniting the worlds will not be without its challenges. There are those who fear change, who will resist the restoration of these ancient connections. Mia nodded solemnly. I know. I've already faced the Voidwalkers and their minions. But I believe that the benefits of reunification outweigh the risks. The Mistweaver's form solidified slightly, taking on a more humanoid appearance. Very well. You have proven yourself worthy, Mia. You have navigated our challenges with wisdom, courage, and understanding. The Ether Shard is yours. With a wave of its misty hand, the Mistweaver conjured a glowing crystal shard that pulsed with swirling energy. It floated gently into Mia's outstretched hands. As soon as Mia touched the shard, she felt a surge of power course through her. Visions flashed before her eyes, glimpses of other realms, of the connections between worlds, of the cosmic tapestry that bound all of existence together. Whoa, she breathed, blinking as the visions faded. That was intense. The Mistweaver nodded. The Nexus crystal holds great power, young Bridge. With each shard you collect, your understanding of the cosmos will grow. Use this knowledge wisely. Zephyr, who had been watching silently, floated closer. Where will your quest take you next, Mia? Mia looked down at the Ether Shard in her hands, then back up at the Mistweaver and Zephyr. I'm not sure, she admitted. But I know I need to find the other shards. Can you tell me where to look? The Mistweaver's form rippled thoughtfully. The cosmic winds whisper of a realm of eternal twilight, where shadows and light dance in endless balance. The Twilight Shard may be found there. Mia nodded, committing this information to memory. Thank you, Mistweaver. And thank you, Zephyr, for your guidance. As Mia prepared to leave the realm of ether, the Mistweaver offered one last piece of advice. Remember, young Bridge, the path ahead will only grow more challenging. Trust in what you've learned, but be prepared to adapt. The fate of all realms rests in your hands. With a determined nod, Mia clutched the Ether Shard close to her heart. As a new portal began to form before her, swirling with the promise of another fantastic realm, she felt a mix of excitement and apprehension. One shard down, she murmured to herself. On to the next adventure. As Mia stepped through the portal, leaving the misty realm of ether behind, she knew that each step brought her closer to her goal of reassembling the Nexus crystal and reuniting the worlds. The challenges ahead would be great, but so too was her determination. The journey of the bridge between worlds continued, with the cosmos itself hanging in the balance. As Mia stepped through the swirling portal, the misty landscape of the realm of ether dissolved around her. For a moment, she felt suspended between worlds, surrounded by a kaleidoscope of colors and sensations. Then, with a sudden rush, she found herself standing on solid ground once more. Blinking to adjust her eyes, Mia took in her new surroundings. The realm of eternal twilight lived up to its name. The sky above was a mesmerizing canvas of deep purples, rich blues, and warm oranges, as if frozen in a perpetual sunset. The landscape around her was a study in contrasts. Shadowy forests stood beside radiant meadows, while crystalline structures caught and refracted the twilight glow. Wow, Mia breathed, turning in a slow circle. This place is beautiful. As she took a step forward, she noticed that her movement left a trail of softly glowing footprints. The ground itself seemed to respond to her presence, pulsing with a gentle light. Welcome, Bridge Between Worlds, a melodious voice called out. Mia turned to see a figure approaching. It appeared to be made of living shadow and light, constantly shifting and changing as it moved. One moment it seemed solid, the next translucent. I am Umbra, guardian of the Twilight Realm, the figure said, coming to a stop before Mia. We have been expecting you. Mia bowed her head respectfully. It's an honor to meet you, Umbra. I've come seeking the twilight shard of the Nexus crystal. Umbra's form rippled, and Mia thought she detected a hint of amusement. Direct, aren't you? Yes, we know of your quest. But tell me, young Bridge, do you understand the true nature of what you seek? Mia hesitated, thinking carefully before she answered. The Nexus crystal is the key to reconnecting the worlds, to restoring the balance that was lost when the realms were separated. That is part of it, Umbra acknowledged. But there is more. In our realm, we understand better than most the importance of balance. Light and shadow, day and night, these are not opposites, but complementary forces. The same is true of the connections between worlds. As Umbra spoke, the landscape around them seemed to shift, illustrating its words. Shadows lengthened and receded, while points of light waxed and waned. I think I understand, Mia said slowly. It's not just about reconnecting the worlds, but about finding the right balance between connection and separation. Umbra's form brightened slightly. You learn quickly, young one. This understanding will serve you well in the trials ahead. Trials? Mia asked, a mix of excitement and apprehension in her voice. Indeed, Umbra replied. To prove yourself worthy of the Twilight Shard, you must navigate the labyrinth of duality. Within its ever-changing paths, you will face challenges that test your ability to balance opposing forces. As if on cue, the ground before them began to shift and rise. A massive structure took shape, a labyrinth of shadow and light, its walls constantly shifting and changing. Remember, Umbra cautioned, in the labyrinth of duality, neither light nor shadow can be trusted entirely. You must find the balance between them to succeed. Mia nodded, squaring her shoulders. I'm ready. As she approached the entrance to the labyrinth, Umbra called out one last piece of advice. Be wary, young Bridge. The Voidwalkers have agents in this realm as well. They will stop at nothing to prevent you from claiming the shard. With a deep breath, Mia stepped into the labyrinth of duality. Immediately, she was struck by the disorienting nature of her surroundings. Paths of pure light led to dead ends, while shadowy corridors opened up into vast chambers. Every step she took changed the layout around her. As she navigated the twisting passages, Mia encountered a series of challenges. In one chamber, she had to use beams of light to activate shadow-locked doors. In another, she had to dim brilliant crystals to reveal hidden pathways. Balance, Mia muttered to herself as she worked. It's all about finding the right balance. Deeper in the labyrinth, she came across a room divided down the middle, one half bathed in radiant light, the other shrouded in impenetrable darkness. A voice echoed from the walls, choose your path, bridge between worlds. Light or shadow? Mia paused, considering. Then, remembering Umbra's words about balance, she had an idea. Carefully, she stepped right on the dividing line between light and shadow. To her amazement, a new path opened up before her, shimmering with twilight energy. Well done, the voice approved. You understand that true wisdom lies in the balance between extremes. As Mia pressed on, she became aware of dark shapes flitting at the edges of her vision. The Voidwalker's agents, no doubt. She quickened her pace, using her growing mastery of light and shadow to navigate the labyrinth's tricks and traps. Finally, after what felt like hours, Mia emerged into a vast central chamber. At its heart floated a crystal shard that pulsed with twilight energy, the twilight shard of the Nexus crystal. But before she could reach it, a group of shadowy figures materialized, blocking her path. Stop, Bridge, one of them hissed. You cannot be allowed to reunite the worlds. The chaos would be unimaginable. Mia stood her ground, drawing on everything she had learned. You're wrong, she said firmly. The separation is what's causing chaos. The worlds need balance, not isolation. The shadow creatures lunged at her, but Mia was ready. Using her newfound control over light and shadow, she created a swirling vortex of twilight energy. The balanced force repelled the shadow creatures, pushing them back. With a determined stride, Mia approached the twilight shard. As her fingers closed around it, she felt a surge of power course through her. Visions flashed before her eyes, glimpses of worlds in perfect harmony, of cosmic energies flowing freely between realms. When the visions faded, Mia found herself back at the entrance to the labyrinth. Umbra was waiting for her, its form shimmering with approval. "You have done well, young Bridge," Umbra said. "You have proven your understanding of balance and your commitment to your quest." Mia nodded, still catching her breath. "Thank you, Umbra. This experience has taught me so much." "Your journey is far from over," Umbra reminded her. "There are more shards to collect, more challenges to face. But you have grown stronger here, in the realm of eternal twilight." As a new portal began to form, promising the path to the next shard, Mia felt a renewed sense of purpose. She had faced the trials of ether and twilight, and emerged stronger for it. "Where to next?" she asked, readying herself for the next leg of her quest. Umbra's form rippled thoughtfully. The cosmic winds whisper of a realm of endless change and transformation. The flux shard may be found there. Mia nodded, committing this information to memory. As she prepared to step through the portal, she took one last look at the breathtaking twilight landscape. "Thank you for everything, Umbra," she said. "I won't forget what I've learned here." With the ether and twilight shards safely in her possession, Mia stepped into the portal, ready to face whatever challenges the next realm might bring. Her quest to reassemble the Nexus crystal and restore balance to the cosmos continued, each step bringing her closer to her ultimate goal. As Mia stepped through the shimmering portal, leaving the realm of eternal twilight behind, she felt a surge of disorientation. The world around her seemed to blur and shift, colors and shapes melding together in a dizzying display. When everything finally settled, she found herself in a landscape unlike anything she had ever seen before. The realm of endless change lived up to its name. The ground beneath her feet rippled and flowed like liquid, solidifying only where she stood. The sky above was a kaleidoscope of shifting hues, and even the air itself seemed to shimmer with potential energy. Plants grew, bloomed, and withered in the span of seconds, while strange creatures morphed from one form to another as they moved. "Whoa," Mia breathed, trying to take it all in. "This is intense." As if in response to her words, the air in front of her coalesced into a being that seemed to embody the essence of change itself. Its form was constantly shifting, never settling on a single appearance for more than a moment. "Welcome, Bridge Between Worlds," the being said, its voice a harmonious blend of tones that changed with each word. "I am Flux, guardian of this realm and keeper of the Flux Shard. We have awaited your arrival." Mia bowed her head respectfully, trying to focus on Flux despite its ever-changing appearance. "It's an honor to meet you, Flux. I've come seeking the Flux Shard of the Nexus crystal." Flux's form rippled with what might have been amusement. Direct and to the point. "But tell me, young Bridge, do you truly understand the nature of change and its role in the cosmic balance?" Mia paused, considering her words carefully. "I've learned that balance is crucial to the harmony of the cosmos. But here, in this realm, I can see that change is a constant force, always pushing that balance in new directions." Perceptive, Flux acknowledged, its form briefly stabilizing before resuming its constant metamorphosis. "Change is indeed the driving force of existence. Without it, the cosmos would stagnate and wither." But uncontrolled change can lead to chaos and destruction. The true challenge lies in guiding change towards harmony. As Flux spoke, the landscape around them shifted to illustrate its words. Mountains rose and fell, oceans formed and evaporated, and entire ecosystems evolved and disappeared in the blink of an eye. "I think I understand," Mia said slowly. "It's not just about maintaining a static balance, but about guiding the flow of change to create a dynamic equilibrium." Flux's form brightened momentarily. "You grasp the concept well, young one. This understanding will be crucial in the trial that awaits you." "What kind of trial?" Mia asked, a mixture of excitement and apprehension in her voice. "To prove yourself worthy of the Flux Shard, you must navigate the maze of metamorphosis," Flux explained. "Within its ever-changing paths, you will face challenges that test your ability to adapt and guide the flow of change." As if on cue, the landscape before them began to shift and morph, forming into an enormous, sprawling maze. Its walls seemed to be made of pure energy, constantly changing in color, texture, and even state of matter. "Remember," Flux cautioned, "in the maze of metamorphosis, nothing remains the same for long. You must learn to anticipate and guide change, rather than simply reacting to it." Mia nodded, steeling herself for the challenge ahead. "I'm ready." As she approached the entrance to the maze, Flux called out one last piece of advice. "Be wary, young bridge. The agents of stagnation, those who fear change, will try to impede your progress. Stay true to your purpose." Taking a deep breath, Mia stepped into the maze of metamorphosis. Immediately, she was struck by the overwhelming sense of flux around her. The path ahead of her was constantly changing, forking and merging, rising and falling. As she navigated the twisting passages, Mia encountered a series of challenges. In one section, she had to predict how the path would change to avoid dead ends. In another, she had to actively influence the maze's transformations to create a viable route forward. "Guide the change," Mia muttered to herself as she worked. "Don't just react to it." Deeper in the maze, she came across a chamber where multiple paths converged. A voice echoed from the shifting walls. "Choose your path, bridge between worlds. But choose wisely, for your choice will shape not just your journey, but the very nature of this realm." Mia paused, considering carefully. Then, drawing on her growing understanding of change and balance, she had an idea. Instead of choosing a single path, she began to weave elements from each option together, creating a new path that incorporated aspects of all choices. To her amazement, the maze responded to her actions, the new path solidifying before her. "Impressive," the voice approved. "You understand that true progress often comes from synthesizing multiple possibilities, rather than choosing between existing options." As Mia pressed on, she became aware of strange, static areas in the maze, patches where change seemed to have ceased entirely. From these areas emerged crystalline beings that moved with robotic precision. "Halt, agent of change," one of them intoned. "Your actions threaten the stability of all realms." Mia stood her ground, drawing on everything she had learned. "You're wrong," she said firmly. "Stagnation is the real threat. Controlled change is necessary for growth and renewal." The crystalline beings advanced on her, but Mia was ready. Using her newfound ability to guide the flow of change, she began to alter the very fabric of the maze around them. The static areas began to pulse with new life, and the crystalline beings found themselves caught up in the tide of transformation. With a determined stride, Mia pressed on, finally emerging into the heart of the maze. There, suspended in a vortex of swirling energy, floated the flux shard of the Nexus crystal. As her fingers closed around the shard, Mia felt a surge of power course through her. Visions flashed before her eyes, glimpses of worlds in constant, harmonious evolution of cosmic energies flowing and changing in perfect balance. When the visions faded, Mia found herself back at the entrance to the maze. Flux was waiting for her, its form shimmering with approval. "You have done well, young Bridge," Flux said, its voice a symphony of changing tones. "You have proven your understanding of change and your ability to guide it towards harmony." Mia nodded, still catching her breath. "Thank you, Flux. This experience has taught me so much about the nature of change and its importance in the cosmos." "Your journey is far from over," Flux reminded her. "There are more shards to collect, more challenges to face. But you have grown stronger here, in the realm of endless change." As a new portal began to form, promising the path to the next shard, Mia felt a renewed sense of purpose. She had faced the trials of ether, twilight, and now flux, emerging stronger and wiser from each experience. "Where does my path lead next?" she asked, readying herself for the next leg of her quest. Flux's form rippled thoughtfully. "The cosmic winds whisper of a realm where past, present, and future intertwine. The chrono shard may be found there." Mia nodded, committing this information to memory. As she prepared to step through the portal, she took one last look at the ever-changing landscape of the Flux realm. "Thank you for everything, Flux," she said. "I won't forget what I've learned here about the importance of guided change." With the ether, twilight, and Flux shards safely in her possession, Mia stepped into the portal, ready to face whatever temporal challenges the next realm might bring. Her quest to reassemble the Nexus crystal and restore dynamic balance to the cosmos continued, each step bringing her closer to her ultimate goal of reuniting the worlds in harmonious equilibrium. As Mia stepped through the shimmering portal, leaving the realm of endless change behind, she felt a peculiar sensation wash over her. It was as if she was simultaneously moving forward and backward, her very essence stretching across an infinite expanse of time. When the disorientation passed, she found herself standing in a realm that defied conventional understanding of space and time. The realm of temporal confluence was a sight to behold. Past, present, and future seemed to coexist in a harmonious yet mind-bending tapestry. Ancient ruins stood alongside futuristic structures, while events from different eras played out simultaneously in overlapping scenes. The sky above was a swirling vortex of clock faces and celestial bodies, each moving at its own pace. "Incredible," Mia whispered, her voice echoing strangely as if reverberating through different time periods. As she took in her surroundings, a figure began to materialize before her. It appeared as a being of pure temporal energy, its form shifting between that of a child, an adult, and an elder with each passing moment. "Welcome, Bridge Between Worlds," the being said, its voice a blend of youthful enthusiasm, mature wisdom, and aged contemplation. "I am Kronos, guardian of this realm and keeper of the Chrono Shard. We have been expecting you, and have already met you, and will meet you again." Mia bowed her head respectfully, trying to focus on Kronos despite its constantly changing appearance. "It's an honor to meet you, Kronos. I've come seeking the Chrono Shard of the Nexus crystal." Kronos smiled, the expression somehow visible across all of its temporal forms. "Yes, we know. You have come, you are coming, and you will come again. But tell me, young Bridge, do you truly understand the nature of time and its role in the cosmic balance?" Mia paused, considering her words carefully. "I've learned about balance, change, and the interconnectedness of all things. But here, I can see that time itself is a force that binds everything together, influencing the flow of events across all realms." Perceptive, Kronos nodded, its form briefly stabilizing before resuming its temporal flux. "Time is indeed the thread that weaves the tapestry of existence. It is not merely a linear progression, but a complex web of possibilities and actualities. Understanding and navigating this web is crucial to maintaining cosmic harmony. As Kronos spoke, the scenes around them shifted, showing glimpses of past events, present moments, and potential futures across various realms. "I think I understand," Mia said slowly. "It's not just about knowing what has happened or what will happen, but about understanding how all moments are interconnected and how they influence each other." Kronos' form resonated with approval. "You grasp the concept well, young one. This understanding will be vital in the trial that awaits you." "What kind of trial?" Mia asked, a mixture of curiosity and determination in her voice. "To prove yourself worthy of the Chrono Shard, you must navigate the Labyrinth of Epics," Kronos explained. "Within its temporally twisted corridors, you will face challenges that test your ability to perceive and influence the flow of time itself." As if on cue, the landscape before them began to shift and warp, forming into an enormous, sprawling labyrinth. Its walls seemed to be made of crystallized time, each surface showing scenes from different eras and potential timelines. "Remember," Kronos cautioned, "in the Labyrinth of Epics, past, present, and future are fluid concepts. You must learn to see beyond linear time and understand the intricate web of causality." Mia nodded, steeling herself for the challenge ahead. "I'm ready." As she approached the entrance to the labyrinth, Kronos called out one last piece of advice. "Be wary, young bridge. There are those who seek to manipulate time for their own ends. They will try to mislead you. Trust in your understanding of cosmic balance." Taking a deep breath, Mia stepped into the Labyrinth of Epics. Immediately, she was overwhelmed by the temporal distortions around her. Pathways led to different time periods, and events from various eras overlapped and influenced each other in complex ways. As she navigated the twisting corridors, Mia encountered a series of challenges. In one section, she had to piece together a sequence of historical events to unlock a pathway. In another, she needed to predict future outcomes based on present actions to choose the correct route. Everything is connected, Mia reminded herself as she worked. Past, present, and future all influence each other. Deeper in the labyrinth, she came across a chamber where multiple timelines converged. A voice echoed through the temporal currents, "Choose your path, bridge between worlds. But be warned, your choice will ripple across time, affecting not just your journey, but the fate of countless realms." Mia paused, considering carefully. Then, drawing on her growing understanding of temporal interconnectedness, she had an epiphany. Instead of choosing a single timeline, she began to weave elements from multiple potential futures together, creating a new path that balanced the best outcomes from various possibilities. To her amazement, the labyrinth responded to her actions, the new timeline solidifying before her. "Remarkable," the voice approved. "You understand that the best future often comes from harmonizing multiple potentialities, rather than following a single predetermined path." As Mia pressed on, she became aware of shadowy figures flitting through different time streams. They seemed to be attempting to alter key events, creating paradoxes and temporal distortions. "Stop, meddler," one of the figures hissed, materializing before her. "The flow of time must follow our design. The separation of worlds must be maintained." Mia stood her ground, drawing on everything she had learned. "You're wrong," she said firmly. "True harmony comes from understanding the interconnectedness of all moments and all realms. Manipulating time for selfish ends only leads to greater imbalance." The shadowy figures lunged at her, but Mia was ready. Using her newfound ability to perceive and influence temporal currents, she began to counteract their manipulations. She restored key events, smoothed out paradoxes, and guided the flow of time back towards a more harmonious path. With determined focus, Mia pressed on, finally emerging into the heart of the labyrinth. There, suspended in a nexus of converging timelines, floated the chrono shard of the nexus crystal. As her fingers closed around the shard, Mia felt a surge of temporal energy course through her. Visions flashed before her eyes, glimpses of past, present, and future across countless realms, all interconnected in a beautiful, intricate web of causality and possibility. When the visions faded, Mia found herself back at the entrance to the labyrinth. Kronos was waiting for her, its form resonating with approval across all its temporal aspects. "Well done, young Bridge," Kronos said, its voice echoing through time. "You have proven your understanding of temporal interconnectedness and your ability to navigate the complex web of time." Mia nodded, still processing the profound experiences she had undergone. "Thank you, Kronos. This journey has opened my eyes to the true nature of time and its importance in maintaining cosmic balance." "Your quest is nearing its culmination," Kronos reminded her. "The final shard awaits, and with it, the greatest challenge of all. But you have grown immensely, and time itself now flows with you." As a new portal began to form, promising the path to the final shard, Mia felt a profound sense of destiny. She had faced the trials of ether, twilight, flux, and now time, emerging with deeper wisdom and greater power from each experience. "Where does the final shard await?" she asked, readying herself for the ultimate challenge. Kronos' form rippled across time as it spoke. "The cosmic currents converge on a realm of pure cosmic energy, where the very essence of creation and destruction coexist. The core shard, the heart of the Nexus crystal, awaits you there." Mia nodded, a mixture of excitement and trepidation filling her. As she prepared to step through the portal, she took one last look at the awe-inspiring landscape of the temporal realm. "Thank you for everything, Kronos," she said. "I will carry the lessons of time with me always." With the ether, twilight, flux, and chrono shards safely in her possession, Mia stepped into the portal, ready to face the final and greatest challenge of her quest. The culmination of her journey to reassemble the Nexus crystal and restore dynamic balance to the cosmos was at hand. As she ventured forth, Mia knew that the fate of all realms, across all of time, rested on what would unfold next. As Mia stepped through the final portal, she felt a surge of cosmic energy unlike anything she had experienced before. The very fabric of reality seemed to bend and warp around her as she traversed the boundaries between realms. When the disorientation passed, she found herself in a place that defied description. The realm of cosmic essence was a swirling maelstrom of pure energy. Streams of creation and destruction danced in complex patterns, forming and unforming celestial bodies, galaxies, and entire universes in the blink of an eye. The concept of space and time seemed fluid here, with everything existing in a state of constant flux and potential. "This is it," Mia whispered, her voice somehow carrying through the cosmic winds. "The final challenge." As if in response to her words, the energies around her coalesced into a being of pure cosmic power. Its form was constantly shifting, encompassing all possibilities of existence simultaneously. "Welcome, bridge between worlds," the being's voice resonated through the very essence of reality. "I am Cosmos, the embodiment of all that is, was, and could be. You stand at the threshold of your destiny." Mia bowed deeply, feeling the weight of countless realms upon her shoulders. "It's an honor to stand before you, Cosmos. I've come seeking the core shard, the final piece of the Nexus crystal." Cosmos' form pulsed with acknowledgement. "Indeed. You have journeyed far and overcome much to reach this point. But tell me, young Bridge, do you truly understand the magnitude of what you seek to accomplish?" Mia paused, reflecting on all she had learned and experienced. "I believe I do," she said carefully. "The Nexus crystal isn't just a tool for reconnecting the worlds. It's the key to restoring the fundamental balance of the cosmos itself. perceptive, Cosmos affirmed, its form briefly stabilizing before resuming its constant flux. The core shard is more than just a fragment of power. It is the linchpin of existence, the point where all possibilities converge. In reassembling the Nexus crystal, you seek to reforge the very framework of reality. As Cosmos spoke, the energies around them shifted, showing glimpses of countless realms and timelines, all interconnected in a vast, cosmic web. "I understand the responsibility," Mia said solemnly. "And I'm ready to face whatever challenge lies ahead to prove my worthiness." Cosmos's form resonated with what might have been approval. "Your final trial, young Bridge, is not a test of skill or knowledge, but of vision and will. You must shape a new cosmic paradigm, one that brings harmony to the chaos of infinite possibilities." The swirling energies around them began to coalesce, forming a vast, ethereal canvas of potential realities. "Before you lies the tapestry of existence," Cosmos explained. "Here, you must weave together the threads of all you have learned, all you have experienced, to create a vision of a balanced cosmos. But be warned, the consequences of your choices will ripple across all of reality." Mia took a deep breath, centering herself as she approached the cosmic tapestry. As she reached out to touch the threads of reality, she felt the presence of all those who had guided her on her journey: Sylvan, Lumen, Aquarius, Petra, Zephyr, Umbra, Flux, and Kronos. Their wisdom and the lessons they had imparted flowed through her. As she began to weave, Mia drew upon everything she had learned. She incorporated the adaptability of ether, the balance of twilight, the dynamism of flux, and the interconnectedness of time. With each choice, each weaving of cosmic threads, she saw glimpses of how her actions would affect countless realms and beings. "Remember, young Bridge," Cosmos's voice echoed around her, "true harmony is not the absence of chaos, but the balance of all forces. Creation and destruction, light and dark, change and constancy, all must find their place in the grand design." Mia nodded, her hands moving with increasing confidence as she continued to shape the new cosmic paradigm. She wove together threads of connection between realms, allowing for the free flow of energy and knowledge. She created pathways for growth and change while maintaining the unique essence of each world. She established safeguards against forces that would seek to dominate or destroy, yet left room for natural cycles of renewal. As she worked, Mia became aware of resistance in certain threads. She realized these were the influences of the Void Walkers and other forces that feared change and sought to maintain separation. "Your meddling will doom us all," a chorus of voices hissed from the threads. "The walls between worlds must remain." Mia stood firm, her voice ringing with conviction as she addressed the opposing forces. "You're wrong. Isolation leads to stagnation and eventual decay. True strength comes from unity, from the harmony of diverse forces working together." With renewed determination, Mia continued her work, her vision of a balanced cosmos growing clearer with each passing moment. She wove in safeguards against abuse of power, created channels for communication and understanding between different realms, and established a framework for cosmic equilibrium that could adapt to changing needs over time. Finally, after what could have been moments or eons, Mia stepped back from the tapestry of existence. Before her floated a breathtaking vision of interconnected realms, pulsing with vibrant energy and infinite potential. Cosmos's form shimmered with what could only be described as cosmic joy. "Remarkable, young Bridge. You have created a vision of balance and harmony that honors the complexity of existence while providing a framework for growth and renewal." As Cosmos spoke, the energies of the realm began to shift and coalesce. From the heart of the cosmic maelstrom emerged a crystalline "S. You have proven yourself worthy, Mia," Cosmos said, its voice resonating with the weight of all existence. "Take the core shard and complete your destiny. But remember, with great power comes great responsibility. The balance you seek to restore must be constantly maintained and nurtured. With trembling hands, Mia reached out and grasped the core shard. As her fingers closed around it, she felt a surge of cosmic energy unlike anything she had ever experienced. Visions of past, present, and future across infinite realms flashed through her mind. She saw the potential for both great harmony and great discord, and understood that her work was far from over. As the visions faded, Mia found herself back in the tranquil glade where her journey had begun, what felt like a lifetime ago. The elemental beings Sylvan, Lumen, Aquarius, and Petra stood before her, their faces beaming with pride. "You did it, young Bridge," Sylvan said, his leafy form rustling with excitement. "You have gathered all the shards of the Nexus crystal." Lumen pulsed brightly. "But the true test still lies ahead. Are you ready to reassemble the crystal and take on the mantle of Cosmic Guardian?" Mia looked down at the shards in her hands, feeling the weight of countless realms resting upon her decision. She thought of all she had learned, all she had experienced, and the vision of harmony she had woven in the realm of cosmic essence. With a deep breath, she nodded, her voice steady and resolute. "I'm ready. Let's bring balance back to the cosmos." As Mia began to bring the shards together, she knew that this was not the end of her journey, but rather the beginning of a new chapter. The bridge between worlds was about to become the guardian of cosmic harmony, and the true work of maintaining balance across all realms was about to begin.